up to let them know that we are the American Indians. Copper color Indians, baby. A real Indian, American Indian is me, not from Africa. Remember that.
ISO, Dama.
Hey, there's so many lies, so many lies. Hey, there's so many lies, so many lies. Yo, there's so many. Hey, there's so many. Yo, there's so many. Yo, there's so many lies. Look in my eyes, they know I'm the truth. They know that. Knocking them down every time I step in the booth. We ain't gotta lie, they know we the vibe, we living in proof. It's young, conscious, shoot my life a movie, I live in a spoof. Ain't no sticking around, I'm on the move, I'm checking the dudes. Yeah, it's only us two, so you know we copping that coupe. We on the roof, smoking dope, look at the view. Yeah, we used to chill on the stoop, now we out here breaking the news. It ain't what you really could do, cause we ain't got nothing to lose. We ain't switch side with no cruise, we just stayed out of the loop. Now we out here letting it loose, every shot we took it was swoosh. Gotta get it, ain't no excuse, ain't left to prove. Hey, yeah, hey, there's so many lies, so many lies. Hey, there's so many lies, so many lies. Yo, there's so many, hey, there's so many, yo, there's so many.
Yeah, ask them a real question, yeah, I bet it's all lies. Hey, they won't cross that line for a fact that's offsides. Hey, too much penalties when they run this back, yeah, it's fines. Hey, could've been here with us, but we do not force no vibes. Hey, she gon' try to whip and let me park it in the driveway. They just want the praise like they Yahweh. Getting so much bread, yeah, the ride way. We done already won, yeah, that's worth the ride way. But they still lying right through their teeth, and they still hiding behind many truths. They was D9, watch my every move, tell them keep trying. Leave that shit on scene, I ain't replying. Less I know you, that don't mean I'm Hollywood, that just mean I'm Hollywood. All y'all I probably stood on no falls, all cause. More times I probably should, I don't know nobody like us. You see how much time it took?
Yeah, hey, there's so many lies, so many lies, so many lies. Hey, there's so many lies, so many lies, so many, there's so many, hey, there's so many, yo, there's so many. Hey, there's too many lies, hey. Yeah, ISO, Indies, Dama.
ISO, Dama.
y'all? What's good, y'all? Smash that damn like button. Oh, it's gonna be hot, steaky, and funky up in this piece today. Hey, Copper Aborigines, Original Intellect, Turney Polo. I'm just me, 69. Wine Truth, bro. What's good? What's good, y'all? Jeremy, hey, with your wild butt. And Keith Cool Cow, whatever. Hit dogs holler, I tell you. Y'all lose. Oh, good morning, y'all. Good morning. It's nice day. Nice day. Oh, Sookie. Oh, y'all good. That's right. Smash that damn like button. Smash it, smash it, smash it. Oh, I'm telling you, they mad. They mad. I can tell you this right now. I'm pissed the fuck off. Hey, Amani. Hey, Tony. Yeah, I see you too, bro. Amani, with your beautiful self. Diva. Uh, you didn't say nothing wrong. Well, uh genealogy, I just disagree with your blood quantum and genealogy go hand in hand. Your blood quantum is uh, uh, uh your blood quantum is your genealogy. Your blood if records by records. Yeah, not by tests. These little DNA tests, 23andMe and all that bull, the entertainment stuff. The records is real. Genealogy records is real. Very real. Although a lot of them are falsified. Brown liquor, no ice. Hey, what's good? Lil Rios, Lil Yos Rios. Honor to you too, brother. Hey. No, ain't no test. Bye bye. We're gonna leave you in there to hang on with the little string. Don't nobody time out no pan boo boos, cause y'all know hit doggies holler. Whoa, 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 whoa. We gonna get into it. So I started this segment today, and this gonna be I'm really pissed because Ad Powers channel is flagged. Well, this is why I don't let nobody take over my channel when I'm away, because people do shit and get your shit fucked up. And he's doing so good. His subscribers went back up, and I'm real fucking pissed because when I'm not doing this my own thing, I like to tune in to different channels and just sit back and watch. And I'm just pissed. And time over time, this shit happened before when he built this channel up, and I'm just fucking pissed about it. He need to stop letting people take them fucking control back to his goddamn self only. Put that shit in Rocky name. Don't let nobody else take over the fucking panel. Every time you do something, you're doing the BAP league and motherfuckers come in and fuck it up. And I don't care who don't like it. It's wrong. Sometimes I think people do this shit purposely. This is why I don't share nothing. Nothing. Because that shit comes from sharing stuff. And people just deceitfully going to strike your damn channel. And it's messed up. Stop doing that shit. Get in Rocky's name and don't let nobody else do it. Control your own damn channel. Facts. Now we got to fucking sit and wait until God knows when for him to do shit on his own channel. And I'm pissed. I'm so pissed about that. I'm so pissed. We got Dane that's doing more, spending more time on his YouTube, which is good because that saves me. I could sit back and watch all his stuff. But on the days, Dane don't be on live. Chief Holiday don't fucking come on. And that pisses me off too, because he be having some good topics, and it just pisses me off. It just pisses me off. Our people are so fucking hateful. And I think people do shit deliberately to cause somebody's world to be messed up. But that's okay, because you can't fuck with Dan Galloway's channel. Y'all little haters. Yeah, haters. Jealous haters. And that's a fact. Um, yeah, it's put down, man, and I'm just pissed. But I guess I'm gonna ask him. Maybe it's only for a week because he hasn't had any strikes. But I'm real pissed about it. I'm really pissed. I mean, niggas is evil and they just bossy, you know. Just piss me off. Get them fucking Moors out your chat room. Oh, A1 was bugging. YouTube stopped the live twice for him playing. Oh man, why? Why would he do that on his channel? And he got his own channel. That's why his channel got strike before. It's fucking crazy, man. Man, get them fucking Moors out your chat room back. What? Facts, man. Seem like when you don't agree with them motherfuckers, shit go bad. That's why I don't fuck with them. Saw that B over there any fucking way. Oh, I'm so angry because he's doing the BAP league. You know, I I didn't care. I don't like Chris Harris, and I really didn't. I watched it a little bit and then just laughed because it's boring. I mean, Root Word was good, but I he's corny. He's a cornball. Um, Better leagues like I like to watch it. Root Word with debate somebody else, not no fucking Chris Harris. Um, but like when Truth, I really like him. I like when stupid ass debate too. Idiot ass. What is his name? Damn, YK. I don't. That's probably the only African I like, but I like to see him get more, like getting unking them over here, so they could beat on their asses. And hopefully Chief Holiday is coming down to New York because I'm damn sure gonna be up there if he comes to New York to do the Jabari thing. And I'm telling you, I'm coming strapped. Yes, I am. Yep. And gave some old crazy ass Indian lady her gun license in Connecticut. So yes. Hi. Oh, dang. I hope Dane go live later. I know he's dropping something soon, but I'm gonna go and play in the 13%, see who I can chat with over there later on. But anyway, y'all, it's 546 people up in this piece. Hey, good morning, risers, YouTube, uh, Twitter folks. What y'all waiting for Crazy Sister Betty to say something crazy? Oh, I'm gonna say crazy shit today. You don't have to worry about that. I'm sure you'll all be choking on your coffee. Hey, certified. So today's topic: genealogy records will always overrule blood quantum. Facts. Facts. And genealogy records will always stand in federal court. Let me tell you why it overrule. Look here, it was Roots playing off another channel that wasn't flagged, but it got. Oh, damn. But still, it shouldn't have been showed. I mean, if you have respect for somebody's channel, you're not going to share content that doesn't belong to the person. Bottom line, if I'm ever left and I have that kind of power, you need to just give people, that's why I give people standard power. On when I give wrenches, I give standard. Standard is you can't share shit. You can't. You can block people in the chat. That's it. But exclusive, not happening. Not happening. I'm serious. If you have respect point blank for anybody's channel, if you're on it and they trust you to guide the channel for craziness, you're not going to share shit on people's channel. You're not. Because when you do that, you're setting the person's channel up to get flagged or shut down. And to me, you know that. Anyone knows that. When you share anybody's information, that you're setting yourself up to get a strike, a community strike. So anybody who does that is purposely doing it to get you fucked up. For real. For real. Oh yeah, Bobby. He ain't. But see, the thing about Bobby Knight, you shouldn't even worry about him because he's very jealous. He can't get an audience. The same people, draggy people that's with him, are the same people that he had since. He can't get an audience. I mean, he's even gone so far as to try and take Brother Sanchez. Okay, and I'm putting it out there. He has gone so far as to try and take Brother Sanchez audience. That shit didn't work. We knew that wasn't gonna happen because don't nobody really listen to him. Nobody. He don't have an audience. Thanks can't touch this. He don't have an audience, and he's a hater. So we always gonna have my name. Anybody that's doing better than him, and in YouTube or anywhere, it's just hateration. Massive hateration. Yo, listen, I work hard up in this bitch. I do. And I've been on it 5 years. Yo, guess what? Thunder now got, I didn't even know it until I woke up this morning. Check. I got 18 motherfucking thousand subscribers. Me. I'm happy. I'm still a small fry, but I'm still a small fry compared to all the huge platforms, but I'm growing slowly and that's fine. I mean, really, this note lets me know that people are watching and it's hitting, good. It's hitting good and I'm happy. I'm fucking happy. Shit. I've been in here 5 years and I stream faithfully to Twitter. And I know it's my Twitter audience. I know they know I'm already crazy. Oh my goodness. That's content creation. He know better. And it's sad. So I mean, it's so sad. That's why I said we ain't ever gonna come together. You know, I mean, literally, he sat there and he tried to get Brother Sanchez audience. And I was being back like 3 years ago. I told Bobby to start his own channel. I'm the one who highly influenced him to start his channel. I did because he always was trying to come on Brother Sanchez channel, taking shit over. So I told him to get his own channel. And I think at the same time, um, the other brother, Key Norfolk, you know, was trying to help out Bobby and they was working together, but Bobby thought he was gonna get Brother Sanchez audience. I'm like, boys, you on crack? Ain't nobody leaving Sanchez. Sanchez has a multicultural audience. His audience is huge. I love Brother Sanchez. That's why I support him so much. And he can go further what he's doing, but he just doesn't realize it, or he's just not ready to take that next milestone. But with the knowledge he has, I'd have been created my own flat earth community beyond YouTube. Ain't no fucking way in the world that I'll have that type of information in my brain and lecture on it fluently like he does and not move it to the next level. His audience is behind him, but he won't make the next fucking move. He's crazy for that. Straight like that. And I'll tell him, Bro Sanchez, you're crazy. There's so much he could do. He's got the audience. That man could travel around the world and do what he's doing. But I don't know. I don't understand our men. They need to get back like our ancestors were. Because our ancestors, they was ruthless. Yes. But maybe one day he will, it's just he's been on. I've been on for 5 years, so he's been on longer than that. I met Brother Sanchez by just calling his number line. He used to call it all the time. And back then, you couldn't even get through the fucking line. You had to be on hold for so long. But when he got to find out who I was, I never met him. He knew that area code 860. He said, "Oh, I'm gonna let her." He picked me right up. He didn't give a damn who called. That's why I love Brother Sanchez. I do love that brother. So genealogy records. Let me tell y'all something. Blood will always overrule over blood quantum. That shit don't hold nowhere. Nowhere. Do you know that if they use blood quantum, all the motherfuckers claiming to have an ancestor on them damn Dawes Road would all be in violation? Because none of them took blood tests to get on the roads because it wasn't required. It's white people who pulled records and said that they had an ancestor. White people who create the damn DNA test. None of them, or all them people, white people, that's claiming to be Indians and the $5 Indian tribes, federally recognized tribes, they're all federally recognized because they're all white people. All white people. I mean, the Indians that look like me and you here changed to pure white people. They literally changed to pure white people. I don't listen. The Indians, the copper colored races found here by the Europeans, literally changed to white people, being white people. Seriously. The Iroquois Confederacy, the Algonquin speaking supposed to be people, all the people on the Dawes Roads look like me. They're all fucking dead. All of them. Now, the people claiming to be my ancestors' grandchildren, they're all white people now. Don't get me wrong. I got mad white people in my family. That's in my bloodline. That's a fact. A lot of Africans that see me say, "Oh, you mixed because you're skin." No, I'm not. No, I'm not. Just because I'm lighter than y'all don't mean because I have copper colored skin, I'm mixed. My hair's curly, I'm mixed. No, I'm not. All Aboriginal people here is curly. Throw some water on it and twist it, and it curls up. Look, all the people in these fake tribes are white people, European grandchildren who came here, all claiming to be the Indians of this land. And no matter if they're Irish, Jews, all Europeans have claimed to be Indians. That's fucking crazy. How are you from Ireland and now you're an Indian, Aboriginal, indigenous to the American land? That's the question I have. When you got here, your description of the people are copper colored races. Copper color races. And y'all know. Let's I you can't make this shit up. Oh, let's just get a picture of copper. Let me get this shit. Right here. You have to visually see shit. Now, why ain't this out? This shit is crazy. To me, it's crazy. Crazy as hell. Let me make a copy of this shit. How do I do this? All right, I could do this. I could do this. And I could do this. Share. Let me see. Save. I gotta make this a goddamn YouTube thumbnail. Cause I hate doing. I'm not doing. I told y'all I'm not doing all the copper. Just put it up. I like to do this. Save. All right. Let me upload it. Upload. Where's my upload? Oh, I can get rid of this and put this one up. BC. Oh, there it is. All right, I got it. Yo, you see me. Okay, and even in their American English Dictionary, Noah Webster, in 1828, copper colored races found here. I'm be damned if that's not my complexion. Copper. That was a copper colored. Why am I not this complexion? Hello? 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 Copper colored. That is copper colored. I am copper colored. No makeup. No makeup shit. Now, wait a minute. I got a penny too. Hold up. All right, we got to do the penny game again. I did this shit before. I had to do it again. Do this shit again. Ah, that's a damn penny. There we go. You can see it now. Goddamn penny. Ah. Do the little penny game. See the penny? It's copper color. You see Abraham Lincoln ass with his nappy ass afro. Okay. Copper colored, almost engraved in my damn skin. Listen. How come all the white people, literally, all right? Ouch. So like there it is, the penny. Y'all see that penny, that copper penny. Gotta hold my head down. It's the light messing it up. Damn that me. Now, now, the copper color race is found here. Why? They're all white people. Applied to the descendants, now applied to the descendants of Europeans. What fucking descendants? All white people. If all they asses took a blood test, they should be, they need to be sent back to the country where the blood test determines they're from. And it's a shame. I would be so ashamed if I was a white European grandchild and my parent is running around saying, "Yeah, I'm Indian. Yeah, I'm Indian." I'd be so embarrassed. I'm serious. All you 1966 babies, my age, you should be embarrassed if you're white and your parents saying that they're Indian because it's a fucking lie. I mean, literally, that identity is really stolen. Ain't nobody taking no damn DNA test. For real. I mean, how do you walk around? And then the funny part is when they be at powwows, white people dancing around like they Indians. And I be looking at them like they can't dance. And the report that was given, how they be dancing on the damn reservations. Let me get that up. And I guarantee you, because white people can't dance. I don't care what you say, they can't dance. They never had any rhythm, any beat, or any soul with dancing, even when I was little, and they still can't. They can't, cannot dance. They're not people of gifted of being able to dance. They're just not. Bullshit. It's white people that kicked the black tribal members out of the nations. White people did that too. The real full blood Indians. When tribal nations expel their black members. Members. How are you a member? You're a member of nations because of your bloodline. It was white people that kicked them out of their own nations. Let that sit in. Why did they kick out all the darker skinned people? Can you please explain that? So you're trying to tell me you had African members. It's disgusting what the government did here. Disgusting. But y'all Negroes across YouTube are fighting the wrong fucking people. You coming up, jumping on people, panel, fucking with them and shit. When the real enemy is the one that did this shit to us. Y'all so stupid as hell. Why did the tribal nations expel their black members? It's crazy. Look at this. this shit. Crazy, crazy. Let's go look at this and read this shit. And this article was written in 2022. Changing the usage of words and everything. Obvious. Let's see. Let me take this down for a minute. Um, now, all right, let's read this shit. Same, this is the same one I just showed you. All right. This don't make no fucking sense. All white people back here, right? And the funny thing is, these faces are, listen, y'all, you can't make this shit up. Okay? Look at the faces of these people back here. They're not even, I mean, I think they're those black faces that they did back in the day. I'm just like looking at this. Look at these people right here. You got two white people white looking people right here. All these people are being expelled. Something's wrong with this picture. And this is written. This is why I tell you they're trying to rewrite history. This damn document was written by Philip Deloria in July 18th, 2022. When tribal nations expel their black members. And then they're going to turn around and start using languages. They didn't even call them black people on the reservations. They were Negroes. Okay. They used the damn Spanish word or Latin and then said that they are Indians by tribal law and custom. And these faces, get your ass out of here. This don't make no sense. Exactly, Sachi. My question. Stolen identity. I mean, how do they're Indians, right? Okay, look at the two back here. Look at her here in the back seat over here on the right. Look at. What's up with this picture, y'all? What's up with it? Just stare at it. Look at their white like here, right? All these people are being expelled. The darker skin. Make this make sense. We're going to read this article. And they're using updated goddamn language. Exactly. Original intellect. They don't need, they should have just started their own, which is what we do. Who wants to be in an Indian nation run by foreign people? We're already in the United States ran by foreign people. I mean, literally, it shows white people came in and started saying that they're the Indians. Look at him. He looks special. Root word, is this a picture or a portrait or a painting? And you got this dude back here looking like alfalfa and shit with the part in his head. A picture tells a lot of words. All these people are being expelled. Let's read it. Now, flag on the plane, Chief Holiday. They're using African American. Okay. And what year do you think this is in when this happened? Let me stop the share screen for a minute. In 1983. Let me see. What year was this portrait? Let's go. Let me do a share screen. About what year would you say that this portrait is in? Just based on the clothes they got on, the way the courtroom looks, that hat she got on. Around what year will you think this is in? Hey, Choctaw. Hey, Cherise, St. Louis. Hey, y'all. What year do y'all think this is about? St. Louis is saying 1776 and 1921. I mean, I don't think this is the 1700s. I think it's a little later. I have to say in like maybe the 1800s, the late 1800s. I would have to say the late 1800s, maybe even 1900s, early 1900. I'm just thinking, 1900. I'm looking at the clothes and the splendors. I would have to say early 1900. And the books that they're keeping that are on the table, the ledger books, I'd have to say 1900, things being written in hand. Because this is definitely after the Indian Removal Act, 1830. This is after. So I would say late, very late 1800 Reconstruction time or very early 1900s. But let's read this shit. Flag on the plague. They're using, this was written in 2022. by somebody, and that person is using modern day language that was imposed which on our people. Granted, nobody ever fucking traced our ancestor to an African ship incoming. Nobody. They just put the label on us. Yeah, that's what I was thinking too, Sir Sachi and Tony. Um, Original Skywalker like 1903 or something like that. Because it's definitely not 1982, not with them clothes on. That's the early 1900s. I look at this photo and you could really think of the Little Rascals when you see this. The Little Rascals. It goes in hand with this photo because this is the type of hat they wore. And they even put them on little babies when they was born. So I have to say in the year, like the Little Rascals. So in 1979, an Oklahoma woman named Johnny Mae Austin stopped getting mail from the Muscogee Nation. I can make this a little bigger too. There were no more announcements of meetings, notices of elections, or news of monetary settlements. Huh? Yo, this shit is getting real. Monetary settlements. Let me take this shit off because it's starting to itch. But y'all get ow. Now, see, when you go to the Asians and they rip your lip, that's how that just felt. Let me see if I got a hair in there. But y'all know this is a copper colored penny. Let's see. Look at that copper. Look at there. Go nice with my skin. Look at that. Oh, sucky. Now you can see it even better. Look at that. Tell me I ain't copper colored. Look at there. Copper color. A description of me. A physical description of me being here when the Europeans arrived. Let's see. Let me see. I love doing this shit because it really, really puts shit in perspective. Let's see. Because it's the shit that they hate. Do I even got it anymore? I could take this down, delete. No, I don't even see it no more. I guess I must have took it down. I did. But American, the definition of American. Facts. This is the shit white people hate that call themselves Indians. Because they can't put this on their fucking skin. Not one white person can put a penny on their skin and smile like this. And if they do, their smile is because they stole your goddamn identity as a people, you clowns. But when people do evil things, they don't live fucking long. That's all I got to say. So, let's read this damn document, y'all. Smash that like button. All right. In 1979, an Oklahoma woman named Johnny Mae Austin stopped getting mail from the Muscogee Nation. That's the Creeks. There were no more announcements of meetings. So this shit happened in 1979, but those pictures is old as hell. So they're using very old pictures. There were no more announcements of meetings, notices of elections, or news of monetary settlements. Yo, monetary settlements. The problem wasn't postal Austin's Muskogee citizenship had been erased by a new Muskogee Constitution, in which citizenship was defined by blood, words that named a fraught crossroads in Native and African American history. Yo, modern day words that makes no sense. Shit is ridiculous. Modern day words. Erase the citizenship and put all white people there. The Muskogee people, also referred to as Creeks, were among the tribes that once enslaved people of African descent and that were required in the wake of the Civil War to accept them as citizens. Make that make sense. When you have earlier documents that says otherwise. This is where they fucked up. Other documents that says otherwise. A tribal enrollment census around the start of the 20th century split the Muskogee citizenry into groups that were separate by no means equal. One row, the by blood roster, listed people of Creek heritage, while a second freedman row named Black Creek citizens. Make that make sense. When we have them as Negroes being reported, this shit is made up. We have literally older documents that report these Negroes as Indians. Now, all of a sudden, they're black citizens. Make that fucking make sense. And they were not allowed to put their blood quantum on the records. Why is that? The white people could, but the black people couldn't put their blood quantum on the goddamn rolls. The Negroes, rather. The Negroes were not allowed to put their blood quantum on the Dawes rolls. Why is that? Name it. Why? Because the white people what they did was said, this is my grandma. So they got on the goddamn Dawes rolls. Or this is my grandpa. But the Negroes were not allowed. They were allowed, literally, white people were allowed to say, this was my grandpa and this is my grandma. Or to the dead person. The person wasn't alive. And they were black people. They were Negroes. They were able to say a Negro was their grandparent. A Negro in the tribe. And they became 1/8, 1/4, 1/8, 1/16, 132, 164. Keep going. They were able to do that. Say that a Negro was one of their grandparents. Not Asians. They were able to do that. But the Negroes, okay, this isn't later on, were not allowed to have their blood quantum on the goddamn rolls. Why not? The white people were able to claim a Negro as their grandparent, but the Negroes, okay, who spoke nothing but Indian languages, right, and are Indians by tribal law and custom, was not able to put their blood quantum on the motherfucking rolls. Why is that? Why was the Negroes omitted from being able to give their blood crop? Because it's not going to look right with a Creek full blood being a Negro. Because the Negro's not mixed. That don't make no sense. The white people were able to claim dead Negroes as their grandparents and be up on the Dawes Roads as all these different drooms. But the Negro, who is Indian by tribal law and custom, was not allowed to put their blood quantum on the rolls. Why is that? The white person could claim a Negro ancestor, but the Negroes could claim an ancestor, but was not allowed to put their blood quantum up there. Make that make sense? Do you hear what I just said? Let me stop this. Do you hear what I just said? Listen to this closely. All the dead people on the rolls, Negroes. Dead Negroes, supposedly. White Europeans were able to claim them as their grandparent and get on the roll and be considered a 1/4, a 1/8, a 1/16, a 1/64 blood Indian. White people were able to claim the dead Negroes as a grandparent. The dead Negroes, that's on the Dawes Road. But when it came to the actual Negroes, they were not, they were allowed to claim an ancestor, but blood quantum was not allowed to be put on the rolls for them. Make that. Why is that? Question that, please. Question that. Please answer that question. Somebody in the chat room, please answer that question. I'm not seeing no answers. That's a very serious thing. That's a serious thing, man. White people were able to claim that they had a Negro grandparent. The Negroes were able to claim a grandparent on the rolls, but not allowed to put their blood quantum because they would have been full bloods. Because they literally, the Negroes can go back 4 generations, no matter what year they claim the ancestor. They could go back 4 generations of claiming grandma and grandpa on the Dawes Roads, Negroes. So if you got one, each generation, you got 2 grandparents. 2, 4, 6, 8. 8. That makes you a full blood. That's why they couldn't put the Negro on the goddamn blood quantum on the damn rolls. Do y'all understand this shit? You can't make it up. The white person could claim one Negro on the roll and be listed as having Indian blood. The Negro could claim 8 people, but you're not allowed to put your blood quantum. Do y'all hear this shit? And they purposely did that because the Indians that remained would fuck the whole tribe up. The Indians that remained in the States and didn't go on the Trail of Tears, or the Indians that remained, if when they knew they would come back and say, wait a minute, we got to prove. Because if I run and say, wait a minute, this is my grandmother's. But then they could go and say, wait a minute. They could claim, some of them could claim their parents. All of them. Everyone that they claim is going to be a brown person. Even the ones that remain, if they went and claimed a relative. This is why DNA tests don't work for the 5 civilized tribes. It won't work. It would be fucked up for them. I hope y'all can see this shit. You stupid ass pan boo-boos. You people are so disgusting. You're simple and you're pathetic. You Q-Butter, you YK, all of you are sick and pathetic and disgusting. This is what I mean when I say you disrespect my grandmother. My grandmother knows who the fuck she is, and she knows who her parents are and her grandparents. If I know who my great grandma is, don't you think my grandmother know who her great grandma is? If my grandmother's born in 1931, you don't think she know who her great great grandma is? I know who my great 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 grandmother is. I have the records. The real records. Not the fake one that I did on Ab's channel, stupid ass. To get you and dumbass not a coincidence on a roll. Y'all so stupid. You set yourself up for that one, stupids. You thought you had something to run with. Boy, I sent them on an African chase. Stupid ass Negroes. Stupid niggas. Again, if my grandmother's born in 1931, and then I got her mother's records, born in 1908, and then I got her mother's records, born in 1878, and then I got her great, 3 generations back into slavery times, and my people weren't even slaves. We didn't even get to Indian removal yet. If your 3rd generation grandma or 4th generation grandma is born in 1850 something, and then you got, yo, make that make sense. So if I could go back 4 generations, you don't think my grandmother could go back 4 generations? And when she go back 4 generations, there's no fucking ship. No ship. You idiots. No ship. All of us could go back 4 generations. If we could go back 4 fucking generations, no ship. No ship. How? Why are you looking for a ship back 4 generations when your ancestor is on a big ass fucking farm with their kids? No ship. It traces you to a big ass farm. No ship. A big ass farm with a bunch of jealous white people wanting you to leave your own area. 4 generations back. No ship. And when you go back 4 generations, okay, the fucking census sheet. You can't make this up. Let me show you the picture how it looks in your head when you go back 4 generations. Hold on. 2040. Let me see. Let's see. A generation is 20 years. Let's see. Let's just make sure I got that right. $15 to 20 years. Let me just show you so that you can see for yourself. Generations are one way to group age cohorts. A generation typically refers to groups of people born over a 15 to 20 year span, such as the millennial generation, currently the youngest adult generation. Now, we got that. We can go back 20 years. Let's just put it at the top. 20 years is generation. Now, let's see. 20 years back for me would be 80 years. $20 back for me would be 80 years. Okay. So it's 2024 minus 80. That takes me to 1944. Now, let's go back some generations. Let's go back generations for my grandmother, who was born in, we're going to go back to my grandmother, who was born in 1878. 1878 minus 4 generations, which makes 80 years. That takes her back to 1798. If I could go back 4 years, so could my last grandmother. Yo, here's a little project I want y'all to do, because then we're going to do some funny shit. The last granny and grandpa on your tree. Okay. If there was, does everybody have a granny that was born in like 1870? Give me a 1. 1878, in the 1870s, period. 1860s, 1870. Can you please give me the year of the last known granny on your tree? Give me the year right now in the chat room of their birth. Give me the year. I'm sorry, don't give me a 1. Give me the year of the last person you could recall on your tree at the top. Give me the year. Right now. I'm going to wait for some years. I want to see some years in this bitch. Give me the years, y'all. Come on. Damn, 1530. Oh, God, you didn't even have to go back that far. I'm talking about in the 1800s. Give me, girly, give me somebody born in the 1800s. I'm going to put my year. Here it is. I have more before that, but I'm just trying to be more realistic. 1902. Come on, St. Louis, be real. Give me a 1800 granny and grandpa. Someone who was born in the 1800s in your family, on your tree, at a direct lineage of you. If you can give me an 1800, 1899 is good. Give me an 1800 direct ancestor. Direct ancestor is a grandma or a grandpa. Let's go. A direct ancestor is a grandma or grandpa. I need y'all to do that. All right. While y'all doing that, I'm going to pull some shit up. I'm going to pull some shit up. That's fine. Hey, come on, y'all. Give me them years. Just give me a year an ancestor, a direct ancestor was born in. Y'all doing real good right now. All right. That's a beautiful thing. I like that. Keep going while I pull this up. Because I'm about to bust some asses. I'm about to bust asses. This is really cool. Okay, I think I got one particularly. Oh, I forgot to do one thing. My bad. Give me a minute, y'all. One thing. Oh, okay, let me just edit. Do 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 do. All right. All right. Good, 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 good. Here we go, y'all. Just give me a minute. I'm pulling something up, babies. All right. Now, we're not gonna use they shit. Um, cool. All right. So now, what I want you to do, y'all can stop now. What I want y'all to do, because we're gonna go back 4 generations from the date you just gave. Subtract 4 generations is 80 years, because 20 years is a generation. 20, 40, 60, 80. Subtract 80 years from that, because I could go back 4 generations, and that takes me 80 years back from today. And if I do it from my birth year, nice. So now, I mean, you could do it from your birth year too. If you do it from your birth year, okay, I was born in 66. If I go back 80 years, that takes me to 1886. Now, if I can go back to 1886, that's what I should have told you to do. I'm sorry. I'm confusing the shit out of y'all. But that's okay if you did it. 1800s and you took 80 years. Okay. The point I'm just trying to make is this. Let me do a share screen. Oh, this is the point I'm making. If I'm going back to 1886, now, this is the 1880 census of anybody. Remember, that gray column is capped because that's ancestry's column. All right. Now, 1886 in South Carolina. We're just going to pick any random person. This is let's see, let's get his name. Who is this? William Johnson is the name given. All right. He's black. These are Reconstruction records. Male. He's 37, right? He's a farmer, labor. He's head of household. Okay. This is in the 1880 census. Now, birthplace, South Carolina. Look, he was born in 1880. His daddy was born in South Carolina, and so was his mother. So now, check this, man. His mama and daddy was born in South Carolina. You go back. So now, if he's born in 1880, right? You can say 1880. Let's say his dad had him when he was 20. Minus 20. That takes him to 1860. We could guesstimate how old his father would have been. If you go back just a little generation. His daddy would have been 20 years old in 1880. Yo. So if his daddy is 20 years old in 1880, right? And you minus 20 years from 1880, let's see. That takes us to 1860. Now, hold up. Now, that means his father was born in 1860. Yo, if his father was born in 1860 in South Carolina, in the middle of a fucking civil war, right? If his father's born in 1860, listen, he said his daddy was born in South Carolina, not Africa. What year in the 1800s did they bring people over here on slave ships from Africa? Let's look it up. Let's go. In the 1800s, his daddy was born 1860, and they supposedly brought some Africans over in like 1800, y'all. Okay, let's go there. The Africans, wait, hold up. Let me share it so you can see. Anticipating the upcoming ban on enslaved African imports, Charleston traders acquired some 70,000 Africans between 1804 and 1807. Over 40% of all enslaved Africans who came to North America through the transatlantic slave trade through Charleston Harbor. Now, 1800 and 1807. Wait a minute, y'all. Because we got they monkey asses. I told you, don't mess with me. Hang on, y'all. Hang on. Hang on, Boo Boo Skillet. We got this T.S. Johnson. Hang on. Hang on. Hang on, y'all. Because we got some funny stuff going on. Where is it? Wait a minute. Hang on. Wait a minute. South Carolina. All right. I got to look up two things, y'all. Give me a minute. All right. Let me give y'all a little music while I look up something because I really want y'all to see this. So give me a minute. Y'all just take like a little, I'm going to take a little break because I'm pulling up. I need to pull up all the documents so you could see where Sister Bethy's going. think I got what we want. Okay. Got it. Okay. All right, my love. Thanks for y'all's patience. All right. So we got we got we got what we needed. Now, remember I said we are going to you count back the 20 years, right? This is the funny shit. This is why I said they fucked up. You go back to generations. Now, we went, well, our generations went back. We subtracted the 20 years, and that put us in, let me see. $1858, right? So now, what we want is the 1800 census. We got that. We found Dad on the 1800 census, right? The 1880 census, and he said that his parents was born in South Carolina. And now we're gonna go get the fucking record. All right. This is supposed to be during slavery time, right? Now, this is the shit that burns me up. Hang on, y'all. I'm about to do a share screen. Here's the death certificate of the Johnson guy we're talking about and his wife. All right. William is the dad. The wife is the mom is Hannah Middleton. Okay. This is the death certificate of him. Right. Oh, it just burns me up. Now we're going to go and get some shit. Now you see, you saw Hannah Middleton, right? Let me stop sharing. I was supposed to share the whole screen. Now look at this shit. And I want fire because I'm tired of these dogs. Is this it? Oh, we got that one. Now look at this shit. Hannah Middleton. Land records. Fuck you doing with land records in 1867. Do y'all see this? 1867, right here. 1867. Now watch. Look. All right. 1867. Hilton Head, Beaufort, South Carolina. Now I'm going to put up the goddamn record. Why? This is 1865. This is 1867. Oh, I'm so pissed. with these goddamn people. Now, look at where Hannah is. Why isn't she a slave getting her back whooped? Not coming from Africa. Let me go through this damn list and find Hannah. Let me see. Matilda. Gills. They did it by this way. Robinson. I'm looking for you, darling. It's gonna take me a minute because y'all know this print, they can't write worth shit. Tell them. Jesus, always in the last row. Go from the bottom up. Where are you? I probably passed it, but this is where she is. Let's just find it. Probably going past it fastly. Betsy, Elsie, Tina, Anna, May, Jane, Aaron. I always go past the damn name. Jackson, Martha, Harriet, Gadson, Emma, Nancy, Rosella, Frazier, Rose, Ellington, Pleasant, Frazier, Jackson, Washington, Thomas, Lizia. Oh, God. I know I passed the name. I'm just too excited. Oh, right here on the damn top. See? That's why you got to be real careful. Look, Hannah Middleton. That was the first name. Look. You can't make this shit up. I'm tired of it. There it is. Fire. 1865. The fuck? I'm tired. And we went back 4 generations. Did no goddamn African come over here and own no damn land and be on the Freedman Borough. I'm tired of it. You're going to respect our ancestors and you're going to respect the Negro Indians of this land. I'm tired of it, y'all. Not a coincidence. I'm sick of them. Been here, still here. I'm going to drop a bomb for the damn Middletons. You know what, back all them years. We kept going back 4 generations. It didn't lead us to a slave ship. It led us to land. And Beaufort, South Carolina. The Indians that remained is what I'm talking about right now. Because that's in 1865. The Indians remained in 1830. And Paleface was mad, like I said, because they had them big ass farms and they was living on them, minding their damn business in the South. And they were angry because the Indians remained and didn't go to Oklahoma. But instead, they said, no, fuck that. I'm staying right here on my farmland, the big ass farm in South Carolina, Beaufort. And it looks like they was there 1830, because that's when they was asked to go to Oklahoma. 30, 40, 50, 65. That's 35 years since they decided to stay. And it's been 30 years and they still had their farm. The Indians that remained, not Africans. I'm tired of these police officers. Because I done fucked you up, Mr. Officer. Now you got to turn your ass around and go back to the station. Leave us the hell alone. I'm tired. We don't own pan boo-boos. No fucking explanations for nothing. Nothing. You don't owe not a coincidence a damn thing. I told you these punks are out here. They're getting paid. People like him in Y2K. How the fuck your ancestor gonna own a damn farm in Beaufort, South Carolina, 1865? Big ass farm. I just went to the land records, motherfucker. And that land record don't leave them to no damn slave shit. So now this is what they're mad at. They're mad because it leaves you to the tribe. It leads you to the land, not the ship. It leads you to the land record, not the ship. This is why I said, this is why YK, not a coincidence. And the pan boo-boos hate me so much and are so jealous and are so envious because they can't fuck with federal and municipal and state documents. And they know this. It's documented on a sheet where mama was born and where daddy was born. South Carolina. Not coming off the slave ship. You can try and do everything in your damn power, but the ancestors got us protected. We don't need no damn blood test. It's the records that led us to the land, not the slave ship, to ownership of land. And you saw they wrote B in, like they did all the Indians that remained. You became a B because they're going to now tax you on that land. Do you now? Didn't I tell y'all not to fuck with thunder in the morning? So when people like Gary Coleman looking Y2K keep popping up mad with his Jamaican ass in every channel, every Aboriginal channel, you mad. I don't give a damn. I told you, never fuck with thunder because I'm going to come to get something that's going to... This is shit you can't fuck with. This is the shit that you choke on. This is why I say, don't you dare disrespect our ancestors that was on them big ass fucking farms when racist people was angry because they wanted them to go to Oklahoma. And the Indians that remained, why the fuck would you leave and go to Oklahoma with a big ass farm where you're comfortable? This is why we don't need to stick no needle in our arm and spit no damn tube. Why? We got records that fucks everything up, man. Everything. See, this is the shit that, not a coincidence, YK and Shay Shun don't want you fucking with is paperwork. This is what they don't want. They totally overlook the paperwork. No, go to the blood test. Why? Why not the paperwork? It's this government that kept the track. Why not? Because it changes the whole motherfucking story. The government, whether it's a municipal, state, or federal government, changes the whole motherfucking story. And see, you don't have no representation. That's always been our problem because you have to stand up and represent yourself. You have to correct the error that they did on your census sheet. You didn't write that in. The enumerators came around and just guesstimated you. Oh, B for black. Until your ass declare your correct race, you will just be a blackie, a darkie, with all this fucking proof of federal paperwork and state and local municipality paperwork. Nothing leads you to a ship. Nothing. It leads you to land. I keep telling you, these niggas is potent that's paid to do this shit in YouTube. They are paid. And they get angry when the paperwork don't lead you to a ship. It leads you to dry land, good soil. Dumb little Africans is the one running around looking for maize. You got some? Could you do you have corn? Do you think you could share me some corn? I just came off the slave ship and I would like to work on your land and help you out. I just want a few pieces of corn. Get your ass out of here. This is why I have a problem with people disrespecting my ancestors. Just because I have beautiful, smooth, scarless, beautiful. Because we have to take our confidence back. What they took, they made the brown person the lesser. This is why I stand on my beauty, my beautiful skin, and you should too, because it is beautiful. Motherfuckers go in the sun and risk getting skin cancer to get this beautiful color because it's something about this color that's just amazing. And this color looks so different in the eyes of foreigners. It's fucking beautiful. It goes with the nature of this soil. It's just fucking beautiful everywhere. Even if you're over in Africa, the skin is fucking beautiful. And it's just so beautiful. It's unspeakable to walk up on some land and just see these beautiful fucking people. Beautiful, beautiful skin, beautiful light brown eyes. And they just look like a bunch of people that just go with the soil and they're so beautiful. That's jealousy. Nobody will ever make me feel ashamed of the skin I am in. You must take your confidence back. If our skin wasn't so beautiful, why did the world go on a rampage to make one inferior of the other? I don't feel inferior to nobody. When you stand on literature written by foreigners, you agree to be inferior. When you stand on literature written by foreigners about your history, you stand to be inferior. You hear that, YK? Jabari? Not a coincidence. When you stand on foreigners' writings about your history, you stand to be inferior and submissive. You idiots, you're weak. You are weak men. Now lay down on that. I'm going to open up my panel. Bring the mother. It's time to bring the motherfucking smoke. It's time to bring the smoke. It's time to bring the smoke. Yeah. I want to be on here all day because I do have a meeting tonight, and it's in a meeting I'm excited to be going to. Let me pin this to the top. Anybody could hit the link, bring the smoke, or just bring some positive information. Bring it. I'm going to sit here and wait. I'm going to sit here and wait. Let's go, y'all. Come on, y'all. Come on up.
Dama.
Come on, y'all. I'm ready.
Hey, there's so many lies, so many lies. Hey, there's so many lies, so many lies. Yo, there's so many. Hey, there's so many. Yo, there's so many. Yo, there's so many lies. Look in my eyes, they know I'm the truth. They know that. Knocking them down every time I step in the booth. We ain't gotta lie, they know we the vibe, we living in proof. It's young conscious, shoot my life a movie, I live in a spoof. Ain't no sticking around, I'm on the move, I'm checking the dudes. Yeah, it's only us two, so you know we copping that coupe. We on the roof, smoking dope, look at the view. We used to chill on the stoop, now we out here breaking the news. It ain't what you really could do, cause we ain't got nothing to lose. We ain't switched side with no cruise, we just stayed out of the loop. Now we out here letting it loose, every shot we took it was swoosh. Gotta get it, ain't no excuse, ain't left to prove. Hey, yeah, hey, there's so many lies, so many lies. Hey, there's so many lies, so many lies. Yo, there's so many, hey, there's so many, yo, there's so many.
Yeah, ask them a real question, yeah, I bet it's all lies. Hey, they won't cross that line for a fact, that's offsides. Hey, too much penalties when they run this back, yeah, it's fines. Hey, could've been here with us, but we do not force no vibes. Hey, she gon' ride the whip and let me park it in the driveway. They just want the praise like they Yahweh. Getting so much bread, get a ride way. We done already won, yeah, that's worth the ride way. But they still lying right through their teeth, and they still hiding behind many truths. They was D9, watch my every move, tell them keep fine. Leave that shit on scene, I ain't replying. Less I know you, that don't mean I'm Hollywood, that just mean I'm Hollywood. All y'all I probably stood on no falls, all cause. More times I probably should. I don't know nobody like us, you see how much time it took.
Yeah, hey, there's so many lies, so many lies, so many lies. Hey, there's so many lies, so many lies, so many, so many. There's so many, hey, there's so many, yo, there's so many.
Hey, there's too many lies, hey. Yeah, ISO, Indies, Dama.
The problem is these bamboos, they don't jump up for smoke with me. Oh, they go copper. You got to connect your device, copper. Connect your device. That's why it's not letting you up, honey. You got to connect your device. When you was outside, it was perfect. You got to connect the device. See, the problem with Pan Boo Boo, and I don't feel bad when people don't come up on the panel or hit the link. I don't, because they can't mess with me. They know, and they know this. The DNA does not do anything. Connect the device, honey. You got to allow access to your camera and microphone. That's what you got to give StreamYard access to. You got to connect it like you did before. And that's the problem, because they know, they fear. There you go, buddy. There you go.
Yeah,
Hey, there you
we in
go.
here.
There you go. You all
Yeah,
right?
we in here.
Don't
We in
touch
here
nothing.
now.
Yep, you sound perfect. And Copper, these people, hey there, Misha, old one Captain America. Hey now. eh, Copper, it is so sad, if we could go back to our fourth generation grandmas and grandpas, the fourth generation grandmas and grandpas could go back four generations too.
You better believe they could.
And it didn't lead them to a slave ship. As I'm showing you in these records, they don't lead you to slave ships. They lead us to lands.
Absolutely. But um, Sister Bethy
Mm-hmm.
and everybody in the chat, just like what you just said, it leads us back to lands, right? But a lot of it, as they're leading us back to the lands, it also leads us back to the wars that was going on in them lands.
Yes.
So when you use the wars on the ancestors that was dealing with that at that time, you'll start to see where they took off and had to run off to in order to save themselves. Now, a lot of us don't know, but the fertile land is what is known as the Northeast and the Southwest. I mean, the Southeast. That is the fertile land. But at one time, we also had the fertile land of the Pacific Northwest, meaning when you look at it, it was done in territories. Before it was territories, it was land. So when we look at Washington State, Oregon, I want to say Colorado, Utah, North and South Dakota, and Idaho, up in those areas, that's a lot of fertile land. Now, here's the other thing. When you start learning the names of trees, you start to realize where our ancestors was at. Because I can name one, excuse me, I can name one tree that everybody in the chat might know where they're at, and we don't pick them no more. Does everybody know where the olive trees are at?
Ooh.
Yeah, see, that's what I'm talking about. See, them olive trees tells you where our ancestors were at because they dealt with olive trees. We'll say the word olive, thinking it's that little green thing or that little dark thing,
Mm-hmm.
and thinking that is the olive. No. Oh, no, 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 no. Many of our people dealt with the olive trees, and they also dealt with the fig tree.
Yes, I know the fig tree. Is that in Florida, right?
No, it's in Florida, Alabama, Georgia, South Carolina, North Carolina, Virginia, West Virginia, and part of, I want to say, let me think, part of Pennsylvania that's closer to Virginia.
Okay.
You started dealing with the fig tree later because that's where they started coming into the Southeast. But originally, when you're dealing with that olive tree, you were dealing with out west.
Okay. California.
Yes. The lemon tree. Most people would think of Florida. No. The
Yeah, that's what
lemon,
I always thought of.
no, that would be the other yellow fruit tree, which is called the grapefruit tree. The grapefruit.
Oh, I love grapefruits too. Oh my
And
goodness.
and when you're dealing with the lemon, you're dealing over there in the west. So you have to realize these plants and these trees are letting us know where our ancestors were at before and then later.
Wow. Wow. I would have never thought California for lemons. I always thought fruits like that, oranges and stuff, was just Florida.
No, that was later.
Really?
Yeah, that was later. When you look at a real orange, like when you see them in the grocery store, they're shrunk up. But when
Yeah.
you get one off that tree, that orange is big as a is as the same size you see a grapefruit right now. That's
Hmm.
the same size as an orange when you pull it off the tree. When you pull off a grapefruit, that sucker is as big as
Melon.
Bowling ball.
yeah, that cantaloupe. And if you break that joker open, that juice flying all over you, all over you. It ain't no talking about, oh yeah, I can put my finger down in the navel of it and just pull it apart. Put your hand in there, put your thumb down in there if you want to. You
I
going you going
love
you gonna
grapefruit.
have all that juice all over you. Yeah.
Hey, Alibaba. Well, wait. What about the olive? You left out the states from the olive.
Okay, so when you're dealing with the olive tree, you're dealing with the olive tree that is in like Arizona, Utah, California, and Southern Oregon. And a
What
lot of
about
times,
Nebraska?
and a lot of times where you find the best olive trees at is where it is chilly and dry.
Okay, and now you're getting alongside the Napa Valley and the grapes and all this too. So,
Exactly.
when you start
Ex-
dealing with what the facts are, you know what, really, because I may not be with you but a few minutes, I'm out in the boondocks, Queen Mother. The thing that
Hey.
I am sick and tired of when people don't address any slavery discussion without the context of the doctrine of discovery, not addressing what is called chattel slavery. Who is the chattel, and when has a person been born a slave? Now, these are the things that have been used to convince the so called black woman, flag on the play, the Aboriginal mammy who's gone with the wind. If you remember Hattie McDaniel's famous character in the movie said, I don't know nothing about birthing no babies. Now, what black woman don't know about birth and babies?
I don't know any.
Me either.
But this is the narrative from Hollywood that you got this slewfoot, slow-witted Aunt Jemima, fat mammy, shackled to a kitchen and a stove,
Mm.
caring for the white mistress of the household. I don't know if you've seen Gone with the Wind or how long ago you've seen it.
Yeah.
But
Back in the 70s.
again, this Aboriginal woman was refused entrance in the place where she was given the Oscar.
Wow.
Now
Oh
explain
yeah,
to me
yeah,
where
she sure
any of these
was.
mongoloid hybrids are in this picture.
What's her
Anywhere.
None.
name? Hattie McDaniels, wasn't it?
Hattie McDaniels, the supposed first quote unquote flag on a plate Negro black woman to be given an Oscar as supporting role. And don't forget Halle Berry got it as the lead actress for Monsters Ball, being raped by a white supremacist after her husband P
That's just
Diddy
Paul.
was killed on death row.
Yep.
You see the narrative here?
But I didn't see rape in that movie. She wanted to do the booty with him.
Okay, well you can
That was
call it
with
by choice. You can
Thornton.
call it by choice, but
Thornton.
That's Billy Bob
Billy
Thornton.
Bob
Thornton.
Thornton,
Billy Bob
right?
Thornton.
He was a
Yeah,
racist in the movie. Yes, he was.
Yeah, he was,
and he
but
was
she
the
wanted to do
prison
the
guard.
cuckoo with him.
Yes, he was a
Yeah,
prison
yeah,
guard.
yeah.
No, the point I'm making is chattel slavery has convinced the Aboriginal woman that she gives birth to slaves. And when these people keep
Mm.
rolling up here trying to put this on the American, and you know what I mean when I say that,
There's only one.
they are a violator of international law. They are criminals and should be treated as such. And we need to stop encouraging and accommodating these people in their shit because
Agreed.
this is warfare. This is
Yeah,
not entertainment. It's not for clicks and likes, yucks and jokes.
yeah. That he's right.
So anytime there's a discussion of slavery, what is chattel slavery? And in all academia and scholarship of studying slavery, they refer to the American institution as the peculiar, which means by definition, there ain't been no slavery before or since. like the so-called chattel slavery of American capitalism. Now, when do we focus the conversation on that fact and all other bullshit be put to bed? I don't give a damn about whether you call it slavery or not. I don't care whether it's employment, wage slave, indentured servant. Explain to me chattel slavery. And when has a person been born a slave? Now, if you're going to choose that shit, I've asked not a coincidence in his lying ass. He claims it's about the truth. That's what he claims while he keeps spouting lies. Then explain to me who was born a slave, Negro.
That's what I'm talking about.
And
That's why I
gives
went with
birth
that
to
document.
slaves and slaves from birth to death. And every slave begets a slave. Now, that's what you're putting on Negroes in America. I'm not playing with this. Now, y'all got it. Y'all chop that up.
Well, I showed the death certificate of the Johnson dude in South Carolina, where his mommy had the land in South Carolina, okay, on the Freedmen's Bureau, and it didn't say anything about her being a slave or his certificate
Because he wasn't one.
or being owned by anyone in his death certificate or anything. Because back during that time, we're talking 1860, there was no birth certificates issued, but death certificates. And a lot of times they have a lot of delayed, what you call, like if they move from South Carolina to the north, they'll have like death certificates of their parents, but they didn't have birth certificates. So what happened was they got issued delayed birth certificates because they were able
Before
to
I
prove.
comment a little bit more about Mr. Chris Harris or Sean P. or like
Oh
this
my
new Negro
goodness.
that's popped out of somewhere called Mike TV, a card carrying Native American. When you said what you just said, the issue of ownership, which is very dangerous, that we keep flippantly throwing around, when people keep granting pale-skinned demons, whether you call them Europeans, Asians, Arabs, white niggas with afros, that they own us,
Right.
what copper aborigine, what does that mean to you, my brother?
To be honest with you, it doesn't resonate with me at all.
No, and I'm not suggesting it does with you personally. I'm saying in a generic sense, what does that do to the psyche of our children and our grandchildren?
It
Giving
messes
the
them up.
impression that their parents, grandparents, or great grandparents were owned.
Right,
You follow me, brother?
like a piece of clothing, or they were owned like animals, or how do you own somebody? I ain't figured that one out, but
people like Not a Coincidence and his little pet pit bull Shah Sun are going around being flippant with this as if this is some fucking joke. You know? What people don't understand, and I'm gonna wrap up on this.
wait a minute.
Hold on. No, seriously, hear me clearly. Because, sister, I hope you're preparing for your anniversary. Please put on your calendar March 30th. And not that y'all declare Pan-Africanism dead. Remember I told you at the time, and 24 hours after the Pope. But the Pope went where? He did not come south of the Canadian border. He went up there to lift the imposters up, pronounce them First Nations, claim they were indigenous, and left the nigger slaves south of the Mason-Dixon line, as Malcolm's called it, because his attitude was the Mason-Dixon line was the Canadian border. So he left the actual American Indian south of Canada as nigger African slaves. You got me, Copper Aborigine?
yeah, that's exactly what happened.
And we continue to get it twisted, but y'all got it. So I think I'm gonna fall into another black hole out here in the boondocks.
See, the thing of it is, Alabama, is that you and I are from the same age group, and we came through at a time when we seen a lot of it going down as children. The other ones that may be coming on, they didn't see it like we seen it. Because I can say one word, or I could say a certain particular thing that was going on in my day that didn't stop until 1972.
1972.
Yes.
Copper Average, are you familiar with the phrase nigger rig?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Elaborate on that, brother.
All right. Here's where it went. Usually when we fixed something or built something or was doing something on doing something for ourselves, someone else outside of ourselves at that time would see us working on it, and the words that would come out of their mouth is, "Oh, that's nigger rigged." Like that's an insult. And you really look at it and say, what the heck is this individual talking about, this nigger rigged? Oh, okay. I get it.
Now compare that to the word innovation, my brother. Cook.
Well, I was just about ready to go there. See, we are very innovative people. And I just had to get on my own nephew about this before while I wasn't on the call or even in the chat for a while. And I told him, I said, look, man, there are two things that are going on that you're not paying attention to. One, you allowing someone else to teach you something that you already know. Or you have learned this on your own by thinking. So if you're thinking, that's where the problem comes in at, because they don't want you to think for yourself, but they want to teach you. Then you can say that you learned it from them, when all the time they actually learned it from you. Then turn around and sold you what you taught them.
A hot mess.
I said, this is the game that has been played since 1965.
See?
And that's why I don't fall into a lot of this, Alabama, is because I knew better. Because why? One, I grew up under two great grandfathers. You know, a lot of folk don't have that blessing. Yeah. Two great grandmothers. My grandfathers, my grandmothers, my father and my mother. Great cousins and cousins. When I was growing up, I didn't have a lot of friends. Why? Because the majority of people that lived in where I'm originally born and raised at was White Plains, New York. Grew up part of my life in Mamaroneck, New York. But the rest of it was grown up in Peekskill, where a lot of my family members was at. Those were my friends.
Yeah, that's in the boonies. And it's beautiful, White Plains.
Yes, it is.
Beautiful. It still is.
Then my father, he ended up getting employed at Fleetwood in Detroit, which was on 4th Street, down the street from the high school that I went to. And my mother worked in Sinai Hospital at that time. So we ended up moving to Detroit, right around a lot of kin people. So I didn't have a lot of...
Straight from New York to Detroit?
Yes. So I'm looking at things that's up in New York, and then I come to Detroit. Black Bottom? Oh man, I seen some things that the average everybody else in the country ain't never seen. That's why they hurried up and had to destroy this place the best way they could. Because these people here was very innovative, very ingenuitive. So I know how to do a lot of the stuff that I do now. My retirement date is April 28th, my birthday. I'll be 64 years old. I planned it that way. I'm not begging nobody for anything. I've worked my years. I got my stuff coming. but I got a hustle that will not stop. And that's just how we were taught here. Learn to do for yourself and let everybody else do for themselves, and we do for each other. A lot of people around the country can't stand Detroiters, but anywhere we go, we get major respect because we stand up for ourselves. That's why we have the sign in the city that says what? Detroit against everybody.
Yeah. It was
Because
tough
we
in
didn't give up.
the 80s. And
Ronald Reagan in 1983 took all federal funding away from Detroit. Only
Yeah.
the city of Detroit. And it's been like that ever since. And here we are, what, 40 years later, and we still thriving. We ain't begging
Why
the government for nothing.
why did they take the funding from Detroit? Why did
Well,
he
it started back in the 1950s, from what I heard. Coleman A. Young and dang, what's that guy's name? Hold on, give me a second. Coleman A. Young, as a young man, was brought up on charges as a communist. And it was during the McCarthy era, during those times when there was a case going on in Congress. And Coleman A. Young was brought up. Now, Coleman A. Young is a World War II veteran, and you're calling him a communist. He lit Congress up. The video is out there for people who want to see this. He lit them up. Then, some years later, he became the first mayor, Indian mayor of Detroit. From 72 up to 83, they had been trying to take this city down because of that. So they started moving their businesses out of the city. But we still was thriving. So the only thing that they could do was throw the drugs in the city like any other city.
Yeah.
And then when Ronald Reagan got in office, Ronald Reagan started mess with Coleman Young. Coleman Young lit him up too. So he didn't like the way Coleman Young lit him up in the media. So what he did, he made sure was no federal funding coming in the city from the state or the county.
At Robert Rand, you want to hit the link and come and elaborate a little bit more? It's okay to be brave. He'd say that you're not thriving in Detroit. You know, I was
Wait a minute, hold on.
Yeah,
Hold
this
on.
is the Robin.
Hold on.
I know. I want him to come up. I don't want you to you know, they run. Come up and be brave. The link is pinned to the top. I'd like
Yeah,
to hear
come on up. Come on up. See, when you use the word thriving, you better understand what that word really means.
Mm-hmm.
We're not here in Detroit begging nobody for nothing. We know how to build. We know how to repair. We know how to fix. Nigga rig, damn it. Don't play with me.
I believe you. And I hear the pain in you too. You know, Copper, I was listening to the story and I know the BMF, the Black Mafia family with Big Meech and
Hold on. That's the
I,
TV. I mean, listen.
I know it's TV, but hear me out.
Okay.
I was I was actually listening to the interview of his real mom.
They live down the street from me.
Yeah,
That's what I was gonna tell you. They live down the street on the same street, not the same block, but down the street.
And they were telling me how, you know, I know the life that Big Meech and Terry was living out there, but they explained the horrifying trouble that they had where they had no choice, and them boys went through things that I didn't even go through as a little girl in the 70s, and I grew up in the hood. I never had to, knock on wood, wear sneakers where they had to put cardboard on the bottom. When I heard that story, because it was really bad, there was no funding coming to Detroit, but they
None.
were making it. And to hear that story about them having to put cardboard on the bottom of their sneakers and then go to school. That just made me cry. I because I grew up with children who did suffer like that in my hood. We didn't, but to hear that story and understand so much was against them in that city, because Detroit was, we all know Detroit was nigga ran anyway, and that's
That's
what they
right.
wanted to take it away from them.
That's right. This is
And
what
so
I
they went as far as stopping the funding. From what you're telling me, that's just
school chair. Yeah,
horrible.
they did. Yeah, they did. And now I'm gonna tell you, it got so bad up in here. It was so bad up in here, even though things was taken from around the city, and a lot of, because like when you mentioned Meech and Terry, like us, they much younger than I am, way younger,
Yeah, they're my age.
and a lot of those children, they did have it rough. Their parent had it rough,
Yeah,
and but we thrived even through the storm.
yeah,
See, we come through a storm no other city in the country ever had. And so for whoever was on in the chat talking that off the wall stuff, they're not gonna come on this line.
I wish he would. They're very not so brave when they do that. Robert ran. Why won't you get
Because
the
he
link?
got one on here. He got one on here that can go all the way back to a time when he was still in his daddy's ball bag. Don't play with me. That's why I said Alabama and we go back. We go
Yeah,
so far back that
when I
we
was
know
born in the
things.
early '60s.
Yes, we go
Y'all, what
back.
you call the very young boomers, the very young boomers.
And these people coming in now, many of them wasn't even born until either late 70s, 80s, and 90s. They
Yeah,
just getting snippets. We
yeah,
lived through this.
yeah,
Our grandparents and parents made sure to protect us. We
yeah,
grew up under protectors.
yeah. And that's the part that really gets me about that their generation. It's like no respect. Now I know a lot of them babies born in the '80s went through hell because that was the crack era. So, and they were left
Absolutely. And that
to
was the era. That
they
was
were
the
left
era
to
to attack
exam a lot of,
y'all. This
yeah,
is the era that was the era to attack these children that are out here now, and they don't see that this was a war waged on them. Even though we went through what is the title called, what was that Ronald Reagan called himself doing? War. Well, actually, it started under the Nixon administration, called the War on Drugs, right?
yeah,
Okay, that started under Nixon in 1972. But where it took off at was under the Reagan administration.
yeah, yeah,
So, with that being said, the children who suffered behind this was the children whose fathers were being taken away from them.
yeah.
So, it left the mothers to fend for herself.
Yeah.
So,
That's
the
a,
war was waged on these babies who
yeah,
would sooner or later become 5 and 6 and 7 and 8. This war was waged on them.
yeah,
And many of us men who had children, like my oldest child was born in 1979.
hmm,
So when I look at her and then I look at my son who was born in late 1980, right?
hmm,
I had to do what my grandparents and parents did, and I had to do everything I could to protect them from what was going on in the streets.
yeah,
So I'm gonna
yeah,
just tell y'all right now, I can get these adult children, these young adults, because they're in their 40s now. They will tell you I was threatening like I don't know what. Yeah, they thought I was crazy.
hmm,
But I was a disciplinarian, and I didn't play with them, and I didn't play with nobody's children or nobody's parents, because I'm the protector. Them children were given to me,
yeah,
and I was the one who had to help raise them and protect them and see them through the best way I could. And I'm gonna tell y'all something. Yes, they took all the industrial jobs out of here,
yeah.
and they left us to whereas we had to survive off of basically pennies. And I'm telling y'all, this is the way it went. But those men, like myself and them other ones, even though they were hustling and got caught up and then end up doing 20 to 40 years for just a bag of crack. I'm telling you how bad it was for these brothers.
They was doing it here too. They hit Connecticut bad. Around it happened like simultaneously across the inner city states. A lot of the industrialization plants went back south where they came from.
I'm gonna
Because
give
they
you
were
something else.
originally in the south.
All the steel foundries that was here in Michigan got
Yep.
shipped over to China. I'm gonna tell
Yep.
y'all that right now.
Are you serious?
They got shipped to China
I remember
because
because my uncles and them worked in the steel shop.
I did
The
too when I was younger.
I was younger, yeah.
And I got lucky. I'm gonna tell y'all just like this. I got lucky in 1991, I think it was. Let me think. Was it 91? Yes, it was 1991. I got lucky. And when I tell you this was luck, it was luck. I got lucky and ended up getting employed at Ford Motor Company. Lucky. When I tell you luck, it was luck. And I'm gonna tell you what was the booming at that time. And those of you all who might have been, I don't know, maybe in your late teens or early 20s, y'all might remember what was booming. What started booming was Ford and General Motors started building those little trucks called Rangers and Explorers and Blazers and those little S10s. Okay, those were the vehicles that was blowing up, and the reason why they were blowing up is because they wasn't made out of steel like it was like 10 years prior to that. They started doing what is called galvanized steel.
Yeah,
So
the fake stuff.
Yes. And that's how all of us started getting jobs. And this is how they played us. You get called in and you have to take this physical. Now we took the physical and then you take the piss test. But little did anybody know that they wanted the hair test. This is when I realized what they were doing. So of course, I'm not doing no drugs. I'm not smoking no weed. I'm not doing any of that because I'm working 2 jobs so I can keep food and bills paid and a roof over our heads. So I'm doing 2 jobs. At the time, my wife didn't work at all. So they were doing the hair test. So within the hair test, you had like 90 days before that test came back, and they were you either stayed employed or they threw your butt out the door because you smoking weed. Now you all know that weed is marijuana grown from the earth.
Yep, I remember that when they would get rid of when they find marijuana in your urine.
And I know for a fact during that time that these white boys was up in there and they were doing cocaine. I knew that this is what they were doing because you'd see them in the park,
right?
Yes. Yes. You see them in the parking lot, and then you got a few of them brothers. I'm just telling y'all, you got a few of them brothers. They over there messing around with them white boys, tooting up cocaine and this, that, and the other. Them boys is losing their jobs, but them white boys wasn't losing their jobs. So I had sense enough not to mess with them. And I said, you get caught up with them. You caught up. You the one losing out on good paying job to take care of your family. This is where your brains ought to be at. But a lot of them brothers, them that was even my age or maybe a little younger. Some of them a little older. They didn't see it that way. Oh man, they cool. No, you go ahead and do it. I'm not doing it. Call me what you want. I'm out of here. So I did something that most of the guys wasn't doing. What I would do at that time, I would have my wife drive me to work and pick me up. So therefore, I'm not getting caught up with them people. So that's how I made it all these years.
You stayed away from it.
Stayed away from it. That's right.
Supposed to do.
So, like I said, it was rough. It was rough. And where I had got the job at, it was in driving distance. This is every day. Driving distance This was about 30 to 35 minutes away from the house. That's good distance when you're looking at it, because you looking at, most people say, well, 35 minutes, that ain't nothing. Times that by 2. You're talking about over an hour or something. Plus, I'm working 12 hours a day. I'm not working 8 hours a day. So, like I said, we had to sacrifice a lot to get to where we are right now to this day. Like I said, the 28th is coming up. For me, I'll be 64. You think I'm gonna be working to 72? Y'all gonna be working to 72.
Not me. Not me. But you know what? I do know about what you young boomers went through, whether
Mm-hmm.
you worked in the industrialization world or the office world. Um, you guys went through hell. The
Shit,
the
y'all went
racism
through
was
hell who worked in them offices. The
yeah,
stories we
it's
was
still like
hearing.
that today. It's like that even today. It's
Yes,
the
shit.
racism is so it's so bad.
It
It's
was it,
terrible.
it was so bad.
With y'all,
And
I think it's bad. Yeah,
we dreaded having wives who worked in them offices,
yeah,
because many of us who worked in the industrial area, in the industrial world, we did not experience what our women
yeah,
was experiencing in the office world.
yeah,
It's a lot of brothers. Y'all don't know this. Or y'all's fathers. They may not tell y'all, because many of them had to do some pretty dangerous stuff to keep
yeah,
to keep things from happening to their girlfriends or wives that worked in them offices.
yeah, yeah.
That's why I
I
said we
know.
didn't go through nothing what y'all went through.
You're absolutely right, because my husband, may he rest in peace, when I was going through a discrimination hearing or complaint that I was having, and I I swear I couldn't help it, but my husband happened to be home that day of all days, and we were doing the hearing, and oh God, he was listening, and he was so fucking livid. I was I would turn my camera off and beg him not to say nothing. I was almost in tears. I said, if you say something, I'm gonna lose my job. I said, please don't say nothing. So I went through the whole thing, and the meeting ended. And my husband was so fucking red. Now my husband is a Virginia boy, and he had to listen to that, what I went through. And he said, you never told me that you was going through that at work. I said, I know, because I know my husband, and I know what he's capable, what he would do. Because he would he's like, I don't give a fuck, you ain't working there no more. He would go, I know my husband, what he would do. If one of my colleagues got off of work, the male ones, he was going for him. And I know what he do. He was the type, may he rest in peace, would have followed him from a grocery store, and that was you it would be over. I knew his capability, because I never shared with my husband what I was going through at work. He knew I wasn't happy, and he knew I was angry, and he would just say, why don't you just quit? I couldn't. I had to take care of my baby. And I know the type of husband I had from his background. He done already did 20 years in prison. So unless I say anything more, and I
Uh-huh.
know what he would do. And I begged him not to. Oh God, I begged that man. I never begged him so hard. I
And
knew what
see,
he would have did.
and see,
I would have been in jail.
what many of y'all don't know, when you back it up and you take a look at your own fathers, and I'm talking about the sisters who are in their early to late 50s, into their 60s and 70s, when they start looking at their fathers, and then they looking at what they had to deal with in them offices, and they back it up and say, so this is what my father was dealing with without telling my mother. And this is why he was drinking. And this is why he was doing some crazy stuff, it seemed like. But what he
Yeah.
was doing was using things to soothe his hurt that he was dealing with on the job, because he knew that he had to keep it together on the job in order
Yep.
to keep his family together. This is a fear that we went through. And then to
Yeah.
have to sit and watch our women go through this,
Gave
that's
me
even
pretty
worse.
ill. That's why I was glad. You know, to me, ancestors just take away a loved one for a reason. And I know, I know my husband, and I know he was. I don't know if you watch Ghost. You ever watch the premiere Ghost
No,
with
I ain't.
Amari Howard? It's a series that come on Ghost. That was my husband. You didn't see him coming and you didn't see him going. He
That's
was
how all of us are.
you were going to be dead. You were going to be dead. You think
Yep.
you're going home from the grocery store, and there he is in the bushes, ready to pop your ass, and you're dead. And I was relieved that the ancestors took that man, because my husband was not. We were total opposite lives. He was not to be played with. He was not.
Well, I'll say it like this to everybody in the chat. If you just sat down with your own parents, and if you got grandparents, mainly a grandfather, and they were honest enough to sit down and you have a conversation with them, you in the technical world right now, meaning the video, you video everything, but you don't video your own grandparents when they're talking.
Yeah.
You don't. And it's like, what are you afraid of? They can tell you things, and all of a sudden, what they're telling you, you start to realize you're experiencing them things right now. Maybe not like they experienced it, but you got your own experience that is going on right now with the descendants of these other people right now.
Yep.
And you walk around with your own anger, and you'll take that anger out on someone that looked just like you, instead of voicing it or taking it out on the ones that's putting you through this nonsense.
Yeah.
Them brothers that I'm on that are still employed with me, that are older like I am, believe me, they don't play that crap.
No.
They don't. I'm telling you, Detroit got a different type of people in it. And I'm talking about people that look like you. We are different here.
I believe it.
And like for that gentleman to say what ain't true or whatever, punk, you don't even live here. And if you do, then you walking around with blinders on your eyes. Like you
Yeah.
put on a horse in a horse race. Them two blinders on the side of him. You got tunnel vision.
Yeah. That's pretty much the response from these generations today. They're to them, their grandparents were embarrassing, because to them, their grandparents are an embarrassment, but they don't understand the what it's like to come through an era where you have separate bathrooms, water fountains, and they don't understand the Jim Crow laws. They don't understand
Okay.
that today.
Okay.
They,
Look,
they don't.
let's switch it up. Here we gonna go. Just like what you just said. But now I'm gonna put that twist on it. Here's the twist, y'all. You got this group of people running around out here right now called the LGDB, whatever, however it goes.
Hmm.
All right. All right. Now, y'all didn't come through what is called segregation at that time. No, you didn't. But what you're going through right now is worse than segregation. Your children or your child will have to use bathrooms with people who are called transgenders. What you think might happen to that child in that bathroom when you ain't protecting that child? You better
Yeah.
think about what's going on, because it's the same thing. It's just using a different word, but it's the same thing. Because a lot of times when the bathrooms change to whereas everybody could use the same bathroom, whether you was a brother going in the bathroom or a white guy going in the bathroom, and your child or their child might be in the bathroom. Something could happen to that child in that bathroom with them other ones, whether he got punched in the eye, whether he got his head smashed up in the wall. These things was happening to a lot of the men. I mean, a lot of the guys my own age at that time, who might have been 8, 9, 10 years of age. Now you got to worry about your child, something physically really happening to him on a spiritual level, meaning some demon walking in that bathroom dressed as a woman or dressed as a man, and you thinking it might be a man because it's got a beard on it or something, and here it is, it might be a female, and then it's doing dirt to your child in that bathroom.
Yeah, they're pretty brutal with the LGBT. They're very brutal, because I remember back in the 70s.
Damn right, they brutal.
It was hush hush.
You know why it was hush hush?
Everybody, I mean, I don't want to say too much about that community live, but when I was a little girl, it was just like hush hush, and you couldn't say anything.
Well, at the time you could say something, but
they
now
they beat you so bad, and you was out. You were out. They treated LGBT. It wasn't even called that back then.
Nope, it wasn't.
They treated people that like the same sex terribly back when I was little. I remember that, and it used to make me sad because I didn't like to see anybody get bothered with like that. It was so disturbing.
Here's the thing. If two of them people are together and they together doing whatever they're doing, that's their business. But when they switch it up and they doing this to children, and they're doing this to children who are innocent, to what they are about. Those were the ones who was really getting messed up, and the rest of them had to suffer the consequences of the actions of this one. Now, what people don't realize, in 1998, there was a psychologist who worked at Ford's at that time, and she let it be known that in 1999, when you go into the psychology books, you can read what those people were classified as.
Yeah, they had them in the DSM-4 book.
Thank you.
I remember that. They had them in the DSM-4 book.
Yeah. Now go into that same book, and they're not classified in that book no longer. This is why that's right. Because and they label them normal.
Yeah, they wanted to make it seem like they had a birth defect or some type of, I forgot, it's been a while, but they had it in the 80s in the DSM-4 book.
That's right, 70s too, 60s too, 50s too.
I remember that.
But when they were taken out of that book in December of 1999, they came back in 2000, right after New Year's, and next thing you know, you started hearing the word, oh, they came out, and you're like, what?
Yeah, a lot of people came clean. Yeah, it was a very big thing because they were treated horrible when I was little, horrible, and our grandparents didn't understand it, especially our grandfathers. Like, I don't know if you saw Little Richard's movie.
Listen, I saw Little Richard's movie, but I know something about Little Richard that people didn't even know. Did you know in his last days, what's his name? Mike Wallace of 60 Minutes. They did a show with Little Richard, right? And it was a setup. They did a show with Little Richard. And all the time, people are thinking Little Richard was gay because he had all that makeup and stuff on, right?
Oh, he wasn't. He said that.
Man, that motherfucker had about 16 kids that the child support court was trying to catch up to him.
No, he was just like really freaky. He liked to watch, like he said.
Exactly. But he had the woman that he had 3 children with when he first left Mississippi and got over there to California, right?
She was away from Mississippi.
Yes. He ended up with this sister from out in California. She worked at a restaurant while he was trying to get his career going real good. She
They
supported him.
showed that part in the movie too. She really
Well,
did love him. Yeah.
then the only children that he raised, all the rest of them, he was knocking them girls up.
Wow.
He got busted when they brought Mike Wallace brought him on the show just before the show ended. Show you how dirty they are. Just before the show ended, they brought all of them on the show. I said, "Damn, it's 16 of these bad boys." I said, "Oh no, Richard, you've been playing gay all this time, and you got these children. You ain't never been gay. Oh, you's a dirty mom." But little Richard had to pay all that child support back. He paid it back before he died.
Damn. I
Yeah,
didn't know that. I
yeah,
didn't
he
even
had to
know he
go
was
back
from
on tour.
I did not. You know what? And I watched the movie. I should have paid more attention. But it was so long ago when we watched it. And the way his father treated him. Oh, well,
Little Richard was an actor from the start.
okay.
He knew what he could do, but wasn't nobody going for it back then. So he switched the game up on him. He knew he could sing, he knew he could dance, but he added something to his show. And what he added to his show was makeup.
Yeah.
And once he added that to his show, to some of the guys of the group, they wasn't going for it, but they didn't see what he saw. So he did it on his own and became one of the wealthiest entertainers out there.
Yeah, he did have a lot of people. You know what? He came out with the makeup thing before all of them. Next thing I
All of
knew,
them. That's right.
Prince followed him.
All of them.
And let me see, Prince. I don't know. It was never confirmed, or was Prince gay? I don't
No,
know.
he was another one. You better not leave your woman in the room with him. You gonna lose her. For real.
Oh, ATZ said Little Richard is from Macon, Georgia, just like James Brown.
Little Richard was born in Georgia, but he was raised in Mississippi. So him being born in Georgia don't count. Him being raised up in Mississippi is another ball game.
And he always claimed Indian. He never said he was from Africa.
Neither did Chuck Berry. Chuck Berry claimed Indian. He was Indian.
And you know what? James Brown too.
Same
he
thing.
Claimed Indian too.
That's
he
right.
Was born in Georgia, Macon, Georgia.
That's right. James Brown too. I'll give you another one.
These women was coming out saying that he was the father. He fathered their baby.
Later.
These white women.
But they couldn't prove it because many of them are hollering about James Brown and father their children. This, that. No, he didn't.
I was laughing so hard, and everybody was like, "Well, the baby don't got the monk look, so no."
No. Just like Otis Redding, the one that sang the song "Sitting on the Dock of the Bay."
Yeah, and the white guy tried to claim that song, and they went to court, and the judge just looked at him.
Right.
I remember that. I remember that. Yeah. I remember that. I watched that case.
I grew up 1, 2, 3, 5 streets over in the next block up from the Redding family in Detroit.
Wow.
The Cook family too. Sam Cook's family, his sister, his brother, right there in Ecorse, Michigan, which was the next city over from Detroit. Then you had the ones that was in River Rouge.
From Detroit? Not originally though. Sam Cook, he's not originally from
No,
Detroit.
they all from Sam Cook and I can't remember. I think they from Alabama.
Sam Cook. I mean, look that up. Wow, you telling me some interesting stuff.
Yeah, I think they're from Alabama. But I played baseball with his nephew, Chucky Cook.
Damn.
Yeah. What's his name? He lived there for a little while.
Clarksdale, Mississippi. Sam Cook.
Sam Cook. Okay. Well, look where Clarksdale, Mississippi is. It ain't far from Alabama.
I don't know the area, but damn. Well, I don't remember where Aretha Franklin was born.
I think Aretha
Oh,
Franklin was
she's from
born right here in Detroit.
Tennessee. No, she's born in Memphis, Tennessee.
Okay, so they moved to Detroit because her father was a minister, Reverend
Yep,
Franklin.
yep. Did he father her child or did that other man? Who
I'm not
they was
sure.
trying to say her dad did, but I don't believe that.
No, it was the other. I think it was the other man because something happened to that man, and I'm gonna tell you something. Something happened to that young man, and I think Reverend Franklin either had something done to that guy, or he did it to him himself. And sometime later, that young man came back and shot him in his groins. I'm gonna tell you what went down.
Wait, to Aretha Franklin's father?
Yes. Oh yeah.
Because she was what, 12 years old when she got pregnant, right?
She was 13.
Damn.
And dealing with and something like that happening to your daughter at that early age, that's gonna piss a father off.
No, she was 12. She became pregnant at the age of 12
Oh,
and
and she
gave
had the
birth.
child at 13 then.
Yeah. Um,
Okay. All right.
um, she became pregnant at the age of 12 and gave birth to her first child named Clarence after
Hmm.
her father on January 28th, 1955. Wasn't there something wrong with that baby?
He was raised in that house. Yeah, he had I think he had a mental issue going on with him.
Hmm. Yeah.
Yeah, because he had a birth defect. I'm not too sure because I was real young when I was listening to the story because she's that much older than I am.
Okay. Um, Clarence has special needs and lives in an assisted living facility.
Okay. Yeah, I know it was something dealing with him mentally.
It says that little is known about Aretha's firstborn Clarence's life, but it has been reported that Clarence has special needs and lives in an assisted living facility. It is thought that he has written songs, including some recorded by his mom.
So his thing is physical, not mental.
Oh, uh, it's saying that Franklin was the mother of four sons. She first became pregnant at 12 and gave birth to her first child named Clarence after her father on January 28th, 1955. In one of her handwritten wills, discovered in 2019, Franklin revealed that the father was Edward Jordan.
Then that's who it was that
Who
shot.
is that?
That's the guy who shot Reverend Franklin in his groins.
Oh shit!
Yeah.
Why? Why did he shoot him in his groin?
Because Reverend Franklin either beat that cat up real bad and probably was kicking him in his groins himself. And when that joker healed up, he knocked on the door of Mr. Franklin's house. And when he opened that door, that boy shot him square in his groin area.
Wow. Whoa,
Yeah.
whoa.
And Mr. Franklin wasn't the same no more after that.
They never gave no reason why.
Nope. It just, but you know how stories go when you getting them out of the neighborhood. Goes around like a wheelbarrow.
Some of these families just like really, really weird. I mean, it's like so many stories in the media. It's
Reverend Franklin
unbelievable.
was Reverend Franklin was real close with the Chrysler family. All right, just gonna tell y'all just like that. So many of the people who moved to Detroit at that time, the money that you put in the church is what got you hired at Chrysler. Just telling y'all how it went.
Wow.
Then you had the
Wow.
other ones who came to Detroit and who got hired in at Ford Motor Company at the time, you had to live in Inkster, Michigan. You can look this up. Inkster, Michigan. When you think about the word Inkster, it's really called ink spot. Those men and women lived in Inkster, and they got jobs at Ford Motor Company. All right. Them black folk didn't live in Dearborn. They lived in Inkster. And police did not bother them men that worked at Ford Motor Company. None of the Dearborn police, because if you did, you're going to lose your job. They had a blue bus. It was called the blue bus. The blue bus brought them workers from Inkster to Dearborn, Michigan for them to work, and that blue bus took them men back home. That's how the police couldn't bother them. I'm telling you, a lot of stuff stopped in 1972. When everybody thinking all of this stuff stopped after 1965. No, it did not. There was a sign when I come to Detroit in 71. There was a sign at every entrance of the city of Dearborn, and that sign had the police officer with his stick out running after someone that looked like you and me. Don't be in town past sundown. That's exactly what that sign said.
In Detroit?
No, in Dearborn. You better not be in Dearborn past sundown. I can tell you that. Because if you was, when they got through with you, you got a funeral coming.
Wait, this is the Midwest we're talking, or is it?
It's the Midwest. You darn right. But you got to realize all of them, even though we in the Midwest, you got to remember a lot of these people come out of the South.
Right.
So if they came out of the South, it wasn't just our people.
That's when they were moved off their lands. But you know what? A lot of people think that a lot of the Indians was moved off their land into the inner cities. But a lot of Indians lived in the inner cities already.
Exactly. And you have to realize a lot of the people that you may see here in Michigan, they will run out of northern Michigan down this way. I keep telling y'all to pay attention to the wars.
It wasn't all running out of the South and into the inner cities.
No, they weren't.
We were always in the inner cities.
We were all over the Midwest and Northeast and Southeast. A lot of y'all don't know. When I tell you to look up those Indian wars, look up the Indian wars of Ohio. Look at the Indian wars of the Northwest Territory known as Michigan, Illinois, Louisiana, all the way on up. You will realize that a lot of them wars, though, are called Indian wars. Why do you think they're called Indian wars?
Yeah. If you really look at what's going on in the cities, these are Indian wars. They just changed the names.
That's right.
And especially when it comes to law enforcement.
Absolutely.
They're not seeing that these
it's the same
always took place in the inner cities, and they're not looking at, because no one talks about the inner cities. It was always talk about the wars in the South. They never think of the inner cities.
I'm gonna help you out with something.
Most of the wars took place.
How many people are out? How many people in the chat are police officers? Let me show you something.
Nobody ain't gonna tell you that question.
Okay, well, I'm gonna tell it to y'all that aren't police officers, or something that you can look at the police officers and know what that means. All right, the police they got your brains focused on looking to see a badge, right?
Mm-hmm.
Wrong. Look at the patch on his shoulders.
Wait a minute. I'm gonna pull that up. Let me see if I can see what it looks like. Okay, I got it. It's all right.
You might see a Negro on that patch getting his head busted in. You're looking close enough at the symbols.
Which one? Am I looking at the right one?
Uh, if we could pull up a New York one,
Okay.
the patch on the shoulders of a New York police officer, you might see it then. You see that flag sitting right there, that black and white? What you think that is?
Wait a minute. Okay. Oh, oh, oh. Is this? Wait a
Mm.
minute. What is this the one?
You see a Negro on there, you see what it is.
I see. Uh, let me pull this up. Is this the one we looking at right here?
It looks like it. It looks
I,
like it from here.
I want to make it bigger. Hang on. I don't think folks can see it that as good as I can. You know what? What always works. This is what always works. I'm gonna copy it. I think it is. This is the one you're talking about. Let me save. Interesting.
Because if not, I'm gonna get in touch with my nephew. He's a state trooper. He the one pointed it out to me because I did not know of anything of like that. And I said, "What?" He said,
But this is the only one that they show. I just want to make sure that I'm
They
copying.
look like the patch. The patch itself, if you look at the symbols enough, it looks like it's slave catchers.
You know what? Hang on. Hang on. I'm gonna pull this up for everybody. Let me get rid of this and pull up. I hope this is the right one too. Okay, I got it.
Yeah, there we
This is
go.
like really weird to me. How's that? Is that the one?
Hold on, let me take a good look at this.
Because you do look like he got a bat or something in his
Yep.
hand.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness. And what's that in the other dude's hand? I see an Indian headdress on him.
Yeah.
I do. Wow. Interesting. Uh-oh. Comes Puma. You got out the honky hole, Puma.
Mic check. Can you hear me? I'm on the other
Yep, we
side of
can
the
hear
mic.
you.
Oh, okay.
We can hear you.
I don't know if you still took up the discussion, the post debate, is slavery fake? So I want to divert whatever your topic is, but
No, I
I
didn't
was
take that up
hoping.
yet, but I see them on BAP Live now. But anyway, hold up at Bible. Let Copper get through this New York badge, which is slave catchers. I don't know if you could see it. The Indian and wow. Wow.
See the see the story is on the shoulders of these police officers, and everybody's looking at, listening or looking at where people say, there's that badge don't mean nothing. No, it's the shield on his shoulder.
Now, this is saying school safety. I presume that this is a school district, this particular emblem that you're dealing with.
It's where the police department now has jurisdiction over the school or in the schools.
Whoa, whoa,
When
whoa,
they
whoa, 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 whoa. I see this as New York City.
That's
Get
right.
broke. But
Yeah.
who determined that they should hand the children and the schools over to the police department? Are you
The
saying the former police chief Eric Adams?
no, the former governor, what was his name? Not the older one, but the one that was got the one that they just got out of office.
Yeah,
Cuomo.
the one that got punked and his drawers pulled down, Cuomo.
That one. Yes. Yes. They have given the schools over for safety, as they call it.
To close the prison, the pipeline system, basically.
That's right. Yes.
Mm.
Yes. I wouldn't have never known this had my son not pointed this out to me. Because he said, Dad, they don't show these to us even in school. They have us focused in on the badge on our chest, but no, it's the shield on the shoulder.
Shield on your shoulder. Okay.
Wow.
So what happened to the police department inside the school district?
Well, they not only in the school district, they got the police department inside the school.
No, I got you on that. I'm saying, remember, the school districts themselves have supposedly safety officers, police, etc.
Not like when you and I was growing up.
Yeah, I got you, bro. So what are we saying about with the state of New York and all the independent school districts in New York State?
That they are supposedly under the jurisdiction of the police now, not the school system, as it was when you and I were growing up.
Right.
So just like so that we're on the same page, Copper Aborigines, this is the NYPD.
Yes. Not only the NY.
Charge.
Yes. This thing is going to spread across the country.
Now, would you like to drop this in the equation? How about Cop City in Atlanta? Elaborate on that, Brad. Cop City.
Oh, wait a minute. Hold on. You mean let's do all three of them. Cop City in Atlanta, Cop City in Jackson, Mississippi, and Cop City in Memphis, Tennessee.
Queen Mother, are you aware that the Mossad and the Israeli Defense Forces already trained law enforcement and police officers to this day?
Say that again.
I'm sure Copper or Aborigines is aware of that.
I'm very aware of it.
Elaborate, my good brother.
All right, look. They've been the first place they started this at. When they started doing this, none of us was really paying attention because it wasn't affecting our communities. Where they first started this, the original, and they didn't call it Cop City at that time. Where they started this was in Los Angeles County.
Oh.
and tell them about how evil the LA sheriffs are that gave us Rodney King.
They are. Only way I could describe that is with one word. These are monsters. That's how I have to describe this. Because if anybody takes the footage of Rodney King getting beat on by all them officers, and you count them officers, you know how many of them I counted?
Was it
Alibaba?
Wasn't it 11 at the peak?
No, 22. 22.
Oh, okay. All right. I
22 of them. And I said, you getting beat with all them sticks and they taking turns. Talking about lay down, stay down, don't move. What?
Until they're out of breath, Queen Mother.
I remember seeing that as a little kid. It was very disturbing.
They were exhausted when they got through beating on that brother. And he still was getting up. He took a beating like we had never seen in our lives.
Now that's Kunta Kinte, not the film narrative fiction. That's a lot.
Yeah.
We saw Kunta Kinte beating worldwide on an amateur videotape. You remember that?
That's right.
That was supposedly accidental.
Guess what?
A person breaking in a Christmas present.
Did you know that they went and got that white guy who did that and they beat the crap out of him?
From
yeah.
Whoa. Back up. What's this about?
This white guy,
amateur, who accidentally taped the Rodney King incident, was opening up. Remember those old VHS?
The VCR.
Yep, VCR.
Yep. They killed him, Alabama. They killed that white boy.
Oh, the white
remember,
guy.
he he couldn't have been. I think he was like 22, 23 years old when he did that.
He became an accidental citizen journalist.
Yep.
Wow.
They
But
took him out.
between that tape and George Floyd's public execution, which is a snuff film, by the way, by definition, a snuff film is a filmed execution. Okay, so circle back to the Mossad and the Israeli Defense Forces, my good brother.
The Mossad was brought into Los Angeles to train them on how to police us.
And
this
is our good-ish small hat friends, Queen Mother, that has a nation, not a people, a nation called Israel. Cook on it, brother. Cook on it.
They brought these people in, and they was teaching them all the tactics of how to control the brothers and sisters out there in California. Then they left there.
They have perfected it on Palestinians. They have perfected these tactics on Palestinians.
Yep, on Palestinians, and then they moved them over to New York. This is what I'm getting. This is why I wanted to get into this New York thing. They once they trained them out there in California, if you notice, all of them started looking like what? Mossad military. Remember the TV show called SWAT?
Yep, SWAT team. Yep.
Okay, that's where it starts at. Until recently, when these officers go out into the streets, you see them looking like they're in tactical gear all the time.
And don't forget the decommissioned military equipment that became dropped into these police departments.
And it started under the Reagan administration. And this is what I was trying to
was their excuse, copper Aborigines. We're outgunned. Remember that?
Yeah, that's what they said. And remember what they used when they said that, Alabama? Remember that one journalist who filmed it? They had this guy coming down the street in a lead suit. Remember that? And he was lighting up the Los Angeles police officers.
A white guy now.
Yes.
Stress that. Okay.
That's right. And this is what they use.
What movie hit the scene in the Reagan administration?
RoboCop.
That's right. Hey, look, like I said, Ali Bamu and I are of the same age group. We seen all of this as young teenagers growing up. They showed it to us, but they started acting it out on the ones that are around now. We had sense enough not to fall into that crap that these people were getting into. We didn't dress like
set up now. Remember, you familiar with Jawanza Kunjufu?
I've heard of him.
The black sociologist with the conspiracy to destroy black boys.
Oh, yes.
Third grade.
Yes, I read the book. I know what you're talking about now.
Okay, cook on that, bro. We got to put the prisoner pipeline system in this process because all this is going parallel.
Okay, here's how the best way I can do it. There was a system in the elementary schools when we were growing up. Now, I know it was here in Detroit. I don't remember what it was in New York. I might have been too young. But in Detroit, if a child acted up in school, or in the class rather, they usually was sent to a particular, they might have been sent to the library, the old library, and it would be called room 208. All the bad children would be sent to this room called 208, and they would be labeled, shucks, what is it called?
Yeah, when you give them one step ahead, because special ed is where you headed with. But
yeah, that's what they.
Detention.
Yeah, it's called detention. It's called detention. Room 208 was detention. So when you got to detention, okay, they normally called your parents up, something that you didn't want. No, But when you ended up in detention 2 or 3 times, now they put you over there in that special ed. That's the prison pipeline for us when we were growing up. It's called juvenile. It's called juvenile.
Yep.
So once you got over there and you still acted up, now you's gonna end up in this child court to go to juvenile.
Yeah.
By the way, we are describing how a slave is being created under the 13th Amendment.
And
because
I told him the other day.
Amendment say? Copy of Aborigines. What's the 13th Amendment say?
I forget exactly word for word, but
neither involuntary servitude or slavery shall exist except when duly convicted by jury of your peers. Now, when has the American ever been duly convicted by jury of his or her peers?
Never.
Put aside O.J. Simpson for the moment.
Never. Because the people looked up the word jury of their peers. Now look at the word peers. Peers mean people that know you best. Never. And I told them the other day in the chat, I said, look up the 13th Amendment and 20 sections. Because when you got the 20 sections, not just that old jive time stuff they put online to, oh, this is the 13th Amendment. No, there's 20 sections to that. When you pull them 20 sections up, you start reading them bad boys, see where they got you.
Tell them about Section 12, where those of African descent shall never be citizens.
Oh, that's the truth. Now, anybody want to go? Anybody want to deal with that? Because see, right now, I could say just with that, right there in the 13th Amendment.
Where is that at?
Section 12.
It's in the congressional record. It's in the congressional record.
13th Amendment, Section 12.
Yeah.
Yeah, but see, this is the part of the debate, the argument, and the ratification. People don't deal with that. They deal with what's been edited.
Exactly.
So you only have the 2 sections that you see currently, but
that's
you don't see what was debated and ratified.
They hid it.
We also talked about the Fugitive Slave Act.
That's right. Right there in the 13th Amendment.
Crossing state lines. There's a whole lot of stuff in there in those 20 sections.
How about this, Alabama? How many people in the chat know what the word peonage means?
But they keep bowing to Euro peons. But cook, brother, cook. You got the barber shoe chef.
Hey, all I'm saying is y'all have to read. When we as the elders now, and I had to come to grips with this, and it didn't hit me until I had to start dealing with this granddaughter of mine. All right. That's when I realized I was an elder, meaning this is my granddaughter. I'm an elder to her. So now I have to switch game up, meaning now I have to show her certain things. Now she's very swift, and I ain't saying it because she's my granddaughter. I'm saying it because this is what I noticed out of her at the age of 2. I tried to pull some crap on this child and it didn't work. Now, the first time I thought,
besides the fact that she wrapping you around her finger anyway.
I tried. Listen, let me tell y'all something. I tried pulling some stuff on this child when she was about 2. It didn't work. So I said, okay, maybe. All right. I tried it again with something else. No, it didn't work. So I said, okay, I got to switch game up on her, because if I don't, I'm going to get busted by her all the time. And then I may lose her like this. So what I did something that, many of our elder parents would do for us. Now, Sister Bethy and Brother Alabama, they know what I'm talking about. In our homes, we grew up and we had what is called the encyclopedias in the house.
Yep.
Well,
we didn't have computers. We had encyclopedias.
So what I did was I said, okay. I said, let me do this for this child while she's young and her brains are swift like this. So since your brains is this swift, I got something for you. I'm gonna see how swift it really is. Because I got salty with her because she busted me twice. I ain't like that. I felt silly behind that. A 2-year-old outwitting me? I ain't like that. So I called my sister up, who is a teacher and an educator in the college ranks, Virginia. I mean, not Virginia, but Vermont and New York. So I told her, I said, look, I need a particular dictionary. I said, because I'm tired of this 2-year-old. I said, I gotta keep her brains going. So she said, well, what's the dictionary? I said, I need the Oxford 1933 unabridged dictionary. I
Mm.
said, because see, Peyton thinks she's slick. And since she's gonna be slick and she's gonna be sarcastic with her slickness, I'ma have to let it be and help her grow with it. So what I did was I got the dictionary from her. She did send one to me. So I just started teaching my granddaughter how to read out of this book, word for word for word for word. And she's still doing it to this day. She is 11 years old. Now, the reason why I did this, people, is because y'all know the word is your children gonna get paid back for what they did. So I said, okay, I know exactly what to do. I'm gonna make sure that my granddaughter and I are real tight. We're not friends, but we tight. So I started working with her with this dictionary. She became so intrigued with the dictionary and where she would every day when I come home from work at night. I'm coming home at 3 a.m. in the morning. By the time I get home, it's like 3:35, 3:40. Do you know this damn child is up?
Mm.
Hitting you with a new word.
Yeah, Papa, Papa, and she go right to it and break it down. I said, uh-oh, I got her. Thinking I did. Oh, I got her now. But all the time, I didn't know I was training.
Her
I
to
was
get you.
training. No, I'm training her. She getting her parents.
Yeah.
They can't whoop her because she doing it intelligently. And she letting them know, hey, blah, 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 blah. So the only thing they could do is get mad with her and tell her, look, you got to go. I'm going to take this from you. I'm going to take that from you. They can't beat her. They can't whoop on her because she's doing it intelligently. And she really showing y'all. So that's how I started doing her. And we real tight to this day. I'm talking about to this very day.
Now, Copper, just to point this out, because you're talking to a school teacher's son, I'll be that until I die. You just explained for those who bothering to listen, particularly those in the short bus, what is critical thinking,
Exactly.
which does not happen in any school system. Very rarely does it happen in homeschooling, as you have already shown can be done.
Well, remember, I only
But
did
then
it
you would,
because
I
she's
gather,
trying to
you
be
would have
slick.
to be a critical thinker before you could share it with someone else, huh?
That's right. See, I thought I was being slick too. I'm gonna occupy her brains. I'm gonna give you something to leave me alone with. Didn't work. Didn't work.
Yeah, you
All
turned
I
her
did,
loose.
yeah, not realizing that's what I did. Turn her loose. Now now. Look, my granddaughter has been straight A's ever since she started school. She's in the gymnastics. She's won 2 junior AAU Olympic championship. She
Oh,
is now
congratulations.
she is now into judo. Well, I was not a fan of that until she broke wide and said, "Well, what's the difference between gymnastics and judo?" Except there are 2 people now engaged. In gymnastics, it's only one of us engaged. I said, "Okay." Now she want
And
to get
she's
into
learning how to use her opponent's weight against themselves.
yes. And I said, "Wait a minute. This girl training to be a killer or something."
now, we're not making fun of it. I find it amusing. Though. I
Hey,
appreciate the dilemma
hey,
that you've been through, my brother.
I'm
But if we
like,
can, for a moment, just to wrap up the circle where we were with the prisoner pipeline, because you
This
show
is
how the young male is being set up as the problem child in all school settings. Doesn't matter who
well,
the teacher is, but their ethnic
well,
background.
the male has always been set up because of his mouth. It's really not anything to do with his hands. It's his mouth. So they use that because they know this child is easy to be, what do you call that word? Easily
Triggered,
set off.
triggered, the N word.
Yes, triggered. Yes. He's easily to be triggered. Girls are not easily to be triggered at all. So they didn't work on the girls, but they worked on these boys because they knew that they could trigger these boys into getting themselves in trouble, then ship them out of the class into what I call room 208 or being disciplined there, then putting them over there in special ed, and from special ed they ship them over there to juvenile.
Now let's
From
not forget the other element. Once they go to special ed, ADHD, Ritalin, doped up,
yes,
or
doped
now
up,
we put paper on him and pencil whoop a Negro.
and it goes from there up the ladder to juvenile. Once they go to juvenile hall, it's automatic. He's a prisoner of war. But our people don't see that this is a mental war or a spiritual warfare being worked on us. It's a mental war. That's the spiritual warfare. They can't beat
Now,
you any
Queen
other
Mother,
way.
you see how they're using the single female head of household without male input and certainly without the wayward fathers, baby daddies, whatever you want to call them, in the equation to set their boys up for this pipeline.
You know, Alabama, my son went through something like this when he was about 14. He was going between I think it was the 8th and 9th grade. He's always been a quiet guy, mind his own business. He really didn't deal with a lot of folks. He had a couple of people that he dealt with, but other than that, he mind his business. He always have been like that. Any trouble he ever got into, it's because of his two sisters getting him in trouble. And I knew that this was going on. So I really
So
never really
he
had.
rescuing coming to their defense.
Yeah. So they got on the school bus and he didn't. He dealt with these three guys that was messing with his sisters. He beat the crap out these guys. I'm surprised because I know that's not his character. So we get a letter in the house at the time, and I'm looking at this. I said, "What is this?" He got to go to some place dealing with somebody of the school truant officer. And I'm saying to myself, "What the heck is this?" So I sat him down and I asked him what was what. And he finally told me. I said, "Oh, okay. I know how to deal with this." See, they didn't expect a father to show up. So I go and
Yeah.
I sit away from, at the time, my wife and my son. I sit away from them. And I'm listening to this guy talk, and I'm listening to my ex-wife talk to this guy as though she's throwing my son under the bus because she's agreeing with what he's saying. And I'm listening to this nonsense. I don't say nothing till he asks, "Who am I?" And when he says, "Who are you?" I tell him who I am. Now his beady eyes and got beadier because he don't like the fact that the father's sitting there. And I'm sitting away from them listening to what he was doing. And I flat out told him, I said, "Well, this is how this gonna go. You are not gonna charge my son with anything." I said, "What we're gonna do is we're gonna start this over. We're going to the police department and we're gonna file a claim against those who filed the claim against him. And then I'm going to put an investigator out here to find out who these people are. Mister, don't let me find out that they belong to Ku Klux Klan or some skinhead group or somewhere, some old racist group of folk." I said, "Because when I do,
I
I'm,
didn't want to bring that aspect up, and I want to get that truant thing in there too. But so it sounds like your child was in an integrated situation.
Yes. Yep. Never before had he ever been in trouble until that particular time that he beat these three white boys up for messing with his sister. And I knew then what it was about. I said, I said, let me tell you something, sir. I said, if it comes back that this is what's going on through this investigator, I'm going to implicate you in it too. Because it sounds like to me, you know who his parents are and you know what they're about, which means it tells me that I know what you're about. I said, we're going to the police department as soon as we leave here. Now he starts stuttering.
Yeah, because they figured they could set him up, your son up, by starting the process with paperwork.
And use his mother to do so because she don't know. She just going along with this like it's like this is the way it's supposed to go. No, I don't go. I'm not going along with that, and I'm not going along with you nor him. You're not gonna railroad my son. No, this ain't gonna be no railroad and road show. Not with me, it ain't. So now we get up, we go to the police department, we file charges against them. Now they gotta show up. Why do we get another letter in the house to come to that truant officer's office? When we get to the truant officer's office, now his whole demeanor changes. We're not going to bring charges against your son because of blah, 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 blah. I said, let me explain something to you again. I told you I got an investigator on this. I'm going to hear from the investigator tomorrow. I told you that if I find out that his parents and you are involved with each other to railroad my son, I said, let me tell you how this is going to go. This is going to go through the state court. Then it's going to go to federal court. I'm not here to play no games. You messing with the wrong child.
This is exactly how the intimidation process prevents the American by thinking he or she is a Negro and do not. Our issue is engaging the system, and you've already described in your scenario how you engage the system. We think that we are oppressed by the system, and therefore don't get taught or trained the levers of the system, right, Copper?
Exactly. See,
and so let's circle back to the truant officer one last thing, because Kamami Harris, please explain to the slow bus Negroes and those wayward women with the black girl magic what this bitch did in law and putting women in jail for truant children. You familiar with that, Copper Aboriginal?
I heard it.
No.
Yeah. Oh. This was huge. They just didn't let us know that this was going on. Everybody else knew. Our people, I'm telling you, I'm not dogging our people or nothing, but they make sure to keep us entertained so you don't know what's going on. One of the biggest cases I ever heard of or read about Alabama was the case of the Colorado, what do they call that? Boys Town. Anybody familiar with that?
You mean like in the wake of the movie Boys Town with Spencer Haywood and the priests that violated them boys? But go ahead with your real life experience.
Yeah. This place in Colorado is called Boys Town, and it's a juvenile place. How I found out about it was one of the boys here in Michigan.
Hey, y'all hold it down for me. I'll be right back, okay?
Okay.
Okay, thanks, brothers.
And before you go, Queen Mother, this is those boarding schools and the juvie pipeline that he's going to describe with this Boys Town.
Exactly.
Okay, go ahead. I'll be right back.
All right. So one of the youngsters from here, I'm not too sure if he was from the east side or the west side. Well, anyway, he got himself in some trouble. And he ended up in the Michigan juvenile system. Well, here, you know, your mother can come visit you or your aunts or whoever. Well, they went to go visit this boy. Come to find out, this boy wasn't here in the state of Michigan. They shipped this boy from Michigan over to Colorado to Boys Town. When that mother went to hollering about her son and why was he shipped from here to Colorado and she couldn't visit him and she couldn't, well, come to find out, in this place called Boys Town, they were leasing these boys out to these politicians.
And a variation of convict leasing.
Yes. And what they were doing was, it was sex trafficking. This was big.
What was the timeline on this? What year did this get exposed? Did it get exposed, I presume?
This had been maybe 2004, 2003.
So just 20 years ago.
Yeah. And it stretched all the way over there to Pennsylvania, to that juvenile system, where those judges and what do you call them? We call it welfare.
The whole system with the truant officers, the probation officers, the correctional officers, and the social workers. Did you hear that story about that judge that got busted for extending the sentencing of these juveniles and was getting kickbacks on it? And it's only exposed because it was white children he was doing it to?
Yes, because the mother over there was questioning the same thing. They ended up shutting that down by that judge getting sentenced, and nobody else in that case got sentenced. None of the police officers.
Yeah, because they always put a fall guy or a fall woman, say Ghislaine Maxwell.
Yeah. Yeah, that name sounds real familiar.
Mysteriously dries up. Now you hear what the Satan is doing? Since he got booted from the presidential, he's going to reveal the Epstein files on the Florida side.
Get out of here. Well, wait a minute.
In July.
Wait a minute. If he makes it that far, if he's going to do that.
Yeah, that's a good point, though.
If he's going to do that, look for his death before that. Mysteriously. Because you remember there was another guy during the Clinton administration, two of them, who were going to do something similar to that. And both of them come up dead. One was Ron Brown. A lot of people don't know. They say, oh, well, he got killed in a plane crash. Well, he was in a plane crash. But what y'all don't know is that he had 2 bullets to the head. Yeah. The other one was supposed to be Hillary Clinton's best friend. What was his name? The guy that was about like 6'7", 6'8".
Oh, at the law firm.
Yes.
Vince Foster.
Yes. Well, Vince when they
seriously committed suicide allegedly
in a Honda, right? And they found him in a marsh. Well, how does somebody that's 6'7" fit into a Honda with the seat not moved all the way back? Now this is a 6'7" guy. And on top of that, why did he have mud on his shoes in that car when they found him? Yeah, that was murder. 2 of them.
Well, not to get too far down the rabbit hole, but you're absolutely correct, my dear brother Copper. What I think we've done here is now effectively describe the overlay and the process of the preschool to prison pipeline.
That's right. And y'all ladies in this call, and y'all brothers in this call that got children of your own, you better stay real close to them children. And when I tell you to stay close to them, when she don't have that child, you have to open up your arms and take your child to the park or wherever you want to take them to, so they're close to you and you can keep them safe. Same thing with these mothers. You have to stay close to your children. Do not trust these people out here with your child. Don't get comfortable talking about, oh, well, they taking care of him. No, stop being lazy.
And
All right,
believe it or not, these big mamas, especially in the projects and these apartment complexes that are doing that under the table, unofficial babysitting, we need to make it an infrastructure.
no,
We need to bring in support systems. There is funding mechanisms available. That money that we're allowing them to divert to this migrant crisis, that's our money.
it's been our money. And I just brought up a case in the chat. I don't know if anybody looked this up, but these so-called Native Americans, they using the federal court system right now, claiming that the government of the United States, under a certain treaty of 1759, I think it is. I'm gonna have to look this back up, but it's in the 1700s, saying that the government of the United States went against giving them, get this, 1.2 million acres of land. Think about that, people. 1.2 million acres? Question.
But Copper, you must not be aware of the recent lawsuit where in Tulsa they were awarded 3 million acres, so-called Muskogee Creek Nation.
I'm very familiar with that one. But right now,
so how is that sanctioning them and giving them standing and using them to get out in front of us before we claim our American Indian heritage that is already ours?
That's why they're
not
doing
American Indians.
No, they're not.
They were created in the Indian boarding school. How can an orphan have an identity? Explain that to me. I'm not bashing orphans in general.
They don't have an identity.
A blank slate by definition.
Yes, that's right.
Have you seen, right, since the pandemic, all those elders on those reservations they're trying to create birth certificates for? Have you been noticing that story?
I heard about it. And I said, how are they going to do this? How are they going to do this when they never had records to start with?
And they're in their 60s, 70s, and 80s. So these are the Cabbage Patch Kids, the incubator babies, the orphans in the boarding schools that they created and gave them a script, costume, cosplay, powwows, peace pipes, teepees, and told them this is your culture. And now their grandchildren and their great-grandchildren are running around saying, our ancestors been here 13,000. You saw that video, right?
I saw that nonsense.
Eviction notice in Atlanta, Copper Aboriginal.
Yeah, I saw that nonsense. And guess who? And look at the two types of people that are allowing that kind of crap to go on.
Well, first of all,
in the pale skins,
we have enough House Negroes that have been elected as lieutenant governor. You see the brother there in Maryland?
Yeah, I saw that too.
Isn't the new governor so-called Aboriginal?
Supposedly.
But
he's not.
Or is he a tether?
He's a tether.
The lieutenant governor, what's her name? Winsome? The sister, I think in Virginia.
I'm gonna look her up. I'm not sure. I did see that. I just didn't pay close attention to her and look at her real close to see what her true nationality is. Because you know how we look at features and be able to tell who these people are. Because
you do know that Queen Sheila Jackson Lee is a Virginia Jamaican.
I was just gonna say she's just a Jamaican because of her.
Well, again, I'm not saying this to cast aspersions, since I'm here in H-Town in her district. I'm just saying that we're going around acting ignorant and increasing ignorance by patting people on the back and heralding people in being ignorant.
Guess what? I brought that up. I don't know, about 2-3 shows back. And I let people know. And this is what I let them know. I said, do you all know who Diane Carroll is? And, some people.
Before you go into Julia, a lot of folks don't know that about her. Carol Channing, what do you know about her passing?
Nothing.
Might want to look into it, brother. You know the actress I'm talking about, Carol. Hello, Dolly. Well, hello, Dolly.
Wait a minute. She passed
That
away?
Carol Channing. That Carol Channing.
I'm gonna look her up.
But go ahead, cook on Diane Carroll from Dynasty.
Okay. Now, a lot of y'all don't know who Diane Carroll really is. You just know her as Diane Carroll, raised up in Harlem, New York, and she was an actor. Well, the reason why I know who she is because she went to uh, Tuskegee with my mother.
That I did not know.
Yes, she went to Tuskegee, and she majored in what is called what is this? It's like table setting. Um, Shucks, what's that word?
You talking about the hospitality things like that, charm school,
Yes,
genealogy?
that sort of thing. Yeah, there's a word that they use for it. Etiquette. Etiquette. That's the word. All right. Her degree is in etiquette. My mother's degree was in medical because she was actually a doctor but couldn't be a doctor back in them years. So
right. So
she
they made them
became.
all nurses by default.
My mother was a general nurse. I don't know if people know what that is. That's the highest you can be up under a doctor. That's the highest that you can get.
Well, now
So
they
anyway,
want to call them nurse practitioners and physician's assistants, but I got you, bro.
so with Diane Carroll, my mother disclosed to us as children when she seen her on television, told us who she was. And we, at that time, we were like, whatever. When you 6 and 7, 8, 9, 10 years old, heck, you ain't thinking about that crap.
No,
But
color people on TV. Color people on TV.
exactly. So, and then you got Bill Cosby on there with the Chet
I
Kincaid show.
spy.
No, the Chet Kincaid show. Remember?
Oh, okay, yeah. And then your girl, what's your girl's name? The other one, God damn, the host. Oh God, it's on the tip of my tongue. But normally it's because of Fat Albert's kids, with the cartoon.
Yes.
But the movie, the series was I Spy, and
Was I
Trivia
Spy?
was about the same time.
That's right.
They came out almost right on top of each other. So they were the first two supposed Negro actor and actress that had a
So,
TV series in the 60s.
so I'm gonna tell you who Diane Carroll really is. Now, Diane Carroll, like my mother said back in the day, she said Diane Carroll was a queen.
Okay,
now,
what Aboriginal tribe are we saying she's a queen?
No Aboriginal tribe. Now get this. Diane Carroll's bloodline goes all the way back to Alfonso the First. Portuguese.
Almoravides?
That's right.
In Spain and Portugal?
That's right. Now, this did not really come out about this until when she passed away a few years ago. I think she passed away like September 2021. All right. Now, the reason why I know about this and why it came back to me is because when she passed away, her grandson or her great grandson, he's an actor. I did not know that this was her great grandson or grandson until they mentioned a particular TV series that he was playing in called Lightning.
Black Lightning?
Yes.
Which character? Okay, now the lead character, Black Lightning, or one of the villains?
Neither. He was a trainer in the facility, training the youngest daughter how to keep her cool. Remember, the young daughter didn't.
Okay.
She didn't keep her cool. She would take you out of here in a heartbeat. The guy that's training her, if you look at him closely, you'll see his features in her. Now, how do I know this? Because they crowned him king in Williamsburg, Williamsburg, Virginia. The day of her funeral. That's how I knew my mother knew who she was. It came back to me. See how things flood back to you because of what the elders was telling us as children? And you really overlook this stuff until it start happening, and all of a sudden you're saying to yourself, like, what the hell? So these people in my mother's age group who was born in 1929 coming on up knew about these folk when they were like, coming into the 1950s, when they were either in college or graduating.
Let me throw another one on you. Yaphet Koto.
Yaphet Koto.
You don't remember Live and Let Die?
Oh,
James Bond?
yeah. Yeah, the movie Live and Let Die.
He played the voodoo villain.
Yes, he was a kind of tall guy too. The bald head guy you talking about. That's the one you talking about, right?
African chieftain.
Yes.
An actual Yoruba, I believe.
Did you know Isaac Hayes was an African chief too?
Black Moses?
Yes. King Nunu.
Are you out in Tennessee?
No. I'm right here in Detroit right now, but all my folk is right out of Huntsville, Alabama, and out of North Carolina and Georgia that I know of.
I was born in Beeham, and my parents met at Tuskegee. But no, man, Stax Records, if I'm not mistaken, that's
right
on Beale Street in Memphis.
Yes. Right there in Memphis, yes. And guess who else was recording up in there? Who also had royal blood running through his veins?
I'm drawing a blank right now, man, because I'm thinking a couple of names popping.
Rufus Thomas.
Rufus Thomas. I was thinking shotgun. Do it for me right now.
Yeah. Rufus Thomas. A lot of people.
Otis Redding.
Otis Redding was, I was just telling Sister Bethy that I knew a lot of his kinfolk here in Detroit because they stayed like 5 streets over from us and 2 doors down from my father's brother here in Detroit, who finally got my father to come to Detroit. And he had family that lived 2 doors from him, and then the other family stayed across the street from them in Reddings. Otis Redding's kinfolk. Yeah, Otis Redding. Yeah. The Cook family too. The Cook family too. Sam Cook family too.
Roll away.
That's a bad tune. I'll give you something else, and I believe this is why they took This is why they took Otis Redding out. A lot of people don't believe it. He had a short song, and it was dealing with dang, my father let us hear this song. Oh man, it was dealing with these farmers out of Georgia. I believe that's what it was. But it was dealing with a particular bug. And he made this tune.
Not the boll weevil.
Yes, that song right there is what got him taken out of here.
Okay.
Because the boll weevil is not a North American bug. It's a South American bug. Yeah, that boll weevil.
So they brought it in. Now, can we go slightly conspiracy theory? They brought it in to kill the crops of the Negroes who actually own the plantation because
exactly.
This was our crops.
That's why they took him out of here, because he busted on them. That song right there.
Now, I thought what I heard in passing, I don't have the facts on it, but it was Sam Cooke and Otis Redding that was really going to make a move on getting masters and creating their own actual record labels.
Right here in Detroit. That's why I said.
Okay.
That's why I said I knew the Redding families and I knew the Cook families. I used to play baseball with Chucky Cook. He almost made it to the matter of fact, he was one of the first ones coming out of high school back when we were growing up. He was one of the first ones that was really recruited to the Detroit Tigers when he was in 10th grade. That's how good he was. Yeah. Do you remember the Boswell family?
Boswell. No,
He was the first one in the history out of River Rouge High School to be drafted into the NBA, the Boston Celtics. See, they
so
think
this is before Bill Russell.
right at the same time with Bill Russell. Remember Bill Russell out of what? North Carolina? Bill Russell came up with the Harlem Globetrotters. Him and what's his name?
Will Chamberlain.
Will Chamberlain. They came up with
Wilt was out of Philly, so they were kind of like hammer and tong with Boston and Philly at the time, while he was creating these these bogus ass rivalries and shit.
Yes.
So that could be part of the narrative for villains versus hero kind of crap.
That's
Hollywood
what they
pushes.
And the reason why Bill Russell was as great as he was, remember they didn't allow him to score. He was great on defense. When your boy Will Chamberlain was what? He was with offense. That's right. You don't see too many films.
Alcindor comes out of Milwaukee, Buckland.
They come out of New York because my two sisters went to school with him. Lou Alcindor. Lou Alcindor used to play down there. Shucks. What's the name of that? Rutgers Park. You find him over there in Rutgers.
Now, I know Bethy might feel like we're going a little too far down memory lane here, but I appreciate you letting me trigger the old nigga brain cells. But
hey,
I think someone in the chat says she may have left us to go to BAP.
Here we go. But yeah, a lot of y'all don't know that we came up with these people who was already born and they was like in their 20s when we were children at 5, 6, 7, and 8. This is why we know them.
People can't comprehend that the internet, the big pens, CNN is 1980.
Yeah,
brother, that's a demarcation line.
See, they don't get
before 1980 and after 1980. We don't know nothing about internet.
People don't know.
Rotary dial phones. We had 3 channels and TV went off at midnight.
At midnight, yeah, it sure did. The stores was closed up at 7.
Blue laws preventing you selling liquor on Sunday.
Et
cetera.
Or better yet, how about Saturday at a certain time? And like I was telling some people, I said, look, man, Cassius Clay used to come over to our house all the time.
See, now we done screwed people up right now. It's mentioning Lou Alcindor and Cassius Clay. Who the hell?
Right. Cassius Clay, Muhammad Ali.
Jabbar and Muhammad Ali, you slow bus Negroes.
These men, the reason why Cassius Clay with him and my father was tight, my mother, because my mother was a track star down there in Alabama. My father played Negro baseball. He was out of North Carolina, but went to what is that college up there in the northern part of Alabama? Appalachian. He was up there. So when he got drafted to the Dodgers, he was at the Dodgers camp in Connecticut, of all places. No disrespect, Sister Bethy, but y'all some uppity Negroes up there in Connecticut. God, dog. Yeah, they thought. Look, the people. No disrespect to the sister, but them brothers and sisters up there in Connecticut, they are very, very. I'm just gonna say, high class Negroes.
Well, now when you start talking about stuff like that, you have the paper sack test, you have the colored Methodist Episcopal Church versus the African Methodist Episcopal Church. See, our young people, are so clueless when their families do not discuss their traditions or their actual history and their stories. We cannot understand clearly what colorism is, difference between a house Negro and a field Negro.
Nope.
We cannot relate to why we've been put in the predicament that we're in proximity to these obsquatulating cracker bastards. And we keep thinking, and this is part of this, if you fail to study and know your history, that you don't repeat it. History doesn't repeat, but it does rhyme.
Constantly. It never stops.
And so when we have an integration effort for the last 60 years of telling two generations of young people they either think they're like them or they're capable of being and doing as others do, until you get what did Dave Chappelle call that nigga wake up call?
They should have had that nigga wake up call when they were children by their parents, because we
Well, no,
already.
again, remember, we're being turned loose in integration amongst our enemies.
Not
So you
realizing.
already do not see yourself as a prisoner of war. You are now being turned over as a hostage. I mean, a kidnapped victim, because these are
That's
children
right. That's right.
that are
A
being
kidnapped
kidnapped
victim.
by the system and by white female teachers primarily, who
We
are
were.
identifying the black boy as the imminent threat in any setting.
That's right. And smiling in his face at the same time, telling him how good he doing. When all the time you got to reverse that. No, they out to capture you, and they gonna capture you if your parents ain't paying attention. But they
Copper,
not.
I can hear my signal probably is finna, and I might even end up and get dropped. Tell Bethy, if she's going over there to BAP, bring up chattel slavery. Any discussion in the future about slavery must address that first before you have a competent conversation. If y'all are not speaking on the same thing and talking about the same thing, you're coming to a false conclusion. If you feel what I'm saying,
Yeah, let me write that down.
chattel,
Yeah,
not cattle,
chattel.
chattel
C-H.
slavery,
C-H.
ATTEL. And when we continue to let these Slavs, the actual slaves, rise up on their hind legs, it's because they think we are chattel and they are indentured servants. You feel me? That's
Yep.
the trick of nigganology that's going on, Copper.
Been going
But
on.
I can hear me fading out here, man. Just tell her that, man.
No,
I'll
you
catch
loud
up
and
with y'all on the
clear.
flip side.
You loud and clear, whether you know it or not. You loud and clear. Would you drive a truck? Okay, now I see what you're saying. You still on though. All I'm saying to you sisters out here right now with these children, remember you're responsible for that child for the first 5 years that you have that child. You didn't raise your child to be no damn slave at all. You showed that child nothing like that. But you have to raise your child with discipline, a strong discipline. It may not like it. I didn't say being mean to them or anything like that. I'm just saying you have to raise your child or your children with discipline. And you have to raise them up with a discipline of fear, meaning you love them that much to whereas you're not going to let nothing happen to them. And you have to teach your children. You can't rely on somebody else to teach your babies. You can't rely on them saying, well, I'll watch your child, I'll babysit your child. You don't trust nobody with your child. Nobody. Just because they smiling in your face, telling you, well, we friends, we this, we that. No, 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 no. Too much going on out here for you to leave your children unprotected. That's just me talking. And like I explained to y'all about my granddaughter, that's why I did her the way I did her. I thought I was trying to get rid of her a little, but didn't work. I created a monster. And it took, I don't know, 7 years for me to see. But all the time I realized I was doing the right thing. Because I didn't do her no different than I did her own mother, but I made sure my daughter realized that what I'm doing with my granddaughter is the same thing I did with her. So she got to pick up where this was at. There's another one coming. I'm gonna do the same thing with that one. Can somebody else come up online with me, please? Come up on the panel. Let me see. Let me check the chat out and see who's in here chatting. Dang, it ain't showing it. Let me look on the comments. Oh, there we go. Hey, brother George, come on up on the panel, brother. Choctaw, Montana. K.E., come on. Sister, come on up here, Sister Bad Saint. Or even Jeremiah Myers. Brother T. Cortez, come on up, man. Cherokee Born, come on up. A Dream, come on up. Y'all click in on it and come on up on the panel. Don't be shy. St. Louis, you know you more than welcome. Come on. Come on, Sister Lady Moon, come on up. Come on, help fill this panel up. Let's get us some dialogue going. Sharice, come on up. Yeah, that's what I was explaining on the panel about them olive trees. But there's more. More of us need to study these trees. Sister Girly Girl, yeah, them figs. Man, y'all really was into this. I couldn't see the chat. I apologize. I couldn't see the chat at all. But I'm seeing it now. There is so much out here in this land for us, but we aren't doing what we need to do to get all of this back. And a lot of it comes because we have to group up together and start recording certain documents in order to get all of this back. Oh, you want to? Rufus Thomas. Rufus Thomas is actually a real prince out of Georgia. But what he was doing, he's the one who helped build the music studio in Memphis. You know, Stax Records. Oh, okay, okay, Cherokee born. I hear you. You driving? All right, all right, Choctaw, Montana. I feel you. Yeah, I know what it means to be on that clock. I can't wait to April 28th. I can tell them people, adios. I'm out of here.
Sorry, y'all. All right, wait a minute. Let me see who this Black Power is. Hey, y'all. Sorry, I'll get and be Black Power banging. Who is that? Who's that, y'all?
I don't know.
Somebody in my back chat. Let me see who this is first. If it's any of them pan boo boos like Shay One and all of them, I'm not dealing with them. Yeah, Black Power banging. Can I help you?
What's up, sister? Hey, man, you talked to me several times.
Who is
Bap know
this?
me well. Black
Who is
Power
this?
banging. Black Power banging. Bap know me very well. How y'all doing?
Good. Where I
I
know
got
you
I got a
from?
question on. We conversate throughout the time. I ain't been on in a while because I've been working. But I got a question about the genealogy.
Okay.
Um, so who started genealogy? Like who started logging the information of families?
Well, Ancestry came up with a database some years ago. They just got recently sold not too long ago. But Ancestry, the Mormons kept track, and they had a contract with the United States in order to get census records from the different from the federal government.
How
So
did it? How did the Indians do it? What was the Indians' way of keeping records?
they was getting the same record. They have the same records, but they had their own tracking as well. They had superintendents that came around. They still had census takers, and they were the superintendents appointed by the commissioner of Ontario. That did they're the same employees, but they dealt with they were agents of the commissioner of Ontario that worked with on the reservations.
I think what he's asking, Sister Bethy,
Hmm.
with using the wrong words because it wasn't Indians. What he's
Oh,
really what he's really trying to say is
Aboriginals, whatever words you want to use. I
no,
don't
no, no,
know
no,
if
no,
it's
bro.
Indian.
I'm not disrespecting you. What I'm doing is putting it in his perspective
No, it's all love.
because
It's all love.
what I think he's really saying is how did the Native Americans get involved in this?
No,
Because
sir. No, sir. I'm asking about the Aboriginals, Indian. I don't know what you guys. What a
We're American
tauntaun.
Indians. American
Okay,
Indians.
American Indians. Before Europeans touched this soil, I was asking, how can you find your lineage? How was y'all keeping track of the lineage before Europeans?
Well, I don't have that information. I don't have anything from when the Europeans came here in so-called 1492. I don't have that.
oh, that's an easy one to answer.
Oh shit, he fell off.
Uh,
His cell
all right,
phone probably went off. You got to give him a minute to come back.
all right. You said it's easy. Oh,
No,
he
he
fell
said
off.
it's he.
Oh,
Yeah, he fell off. He should be back. He fell off.
all
He
right.
probably lost connection.
But no, sister, I don't come up here to tell you what you're doing is wrong or to fight against you. The whole thing is we are facing something no matter what we want to call ourselves. We're facing and we all facing the same thing. So the thing is if we could just start finding and really seeking the truth is go set everything straight, you know. But the reason
Well,
why I asked that is
well,
go
we're
ahead,
real
Queen.
comfortable with our truth. And what we don't believe is the African slave story. Now, what we do know, and it's recorded in history, that the Indians were enslaved in their own land. And that happened to be us. because you're not going to have runaway slaves on this land unless the slaves know where the hell they running to. Serious, like they tell you in the story Roots, where Kunta Kinte kept running. That actually, the story actually took place in Virginia, by the way. That was in West Virginia. But anyway, no slave is gonna run away unless they know where the fuck they going on their own land. So we don't buy the white man story, the Kunta Kinte story from the agent that lied and died, Alex Haley. All that's bullshit. We know we didn't come from Africa. Africans know we didn't come from there. So we stand on our truth. And my truth, based on the records that this federal government has on my family, gives me all the reasons in the world to stand on the truth. Copper, you got to reconnect your device again like you did before. He's coming back on now. American instance, you can hit the link too. You like how I made you my mother on my tree? Okay, I think he got it now.
I'm back on. I
Okay, good.
apologize. I apologize for that.
Black Power, I'm not trying to be funny
No,
or
I didn't.
anything, but
All right.
I stand on who I am.
No,
And
no,
I
it's all
know.
love, and I'm not telling you not to. Somebody said I flipped the script. I was just going off of the title. It's saying genealogy over blood quantum or DNA. The reason why I say that is anybody American Indians, do any of their genealogy trace them back to Peru, Brazil, Mexico, or any place in Central or South America?
Oh,
not
I
not.
can answer that question.
Oh,
Now,
okay.
I can answer that question. Okay, the problem here with that is now this is America. You have the mainland Indians who are here, okay, and then you have the indigenous Indians from Central and South America. They are Indians there. That is a fact. That part of the landmass. We're the mainland Indians. Okay. And then you have your indigenous Indians and the British islands, like places like St. Kitts and Barbados and what is it? All those little islands and Haiti. All you have your indigenous people. But our focus here, because we're under the jurisdiction of the United States, we only focus in this area. Now, I have done some folks' genealogy that are from those areas and they are Indians to those areas. I did one I'm working on one now from someone who actually lives in not Australia. Oh God. Yeah, I think it is Australia. Is it Australia or is it oh God? Babe, where's I forgot. I'm still working on theirs. So when we say we're Indians, we're talking about we're referring to the mainland's Indians here, not in
So the
Central and South
main body
America.
is those in the United States.
We're the Indians from this soil, and we're
I
not
know.
taking away any level or credit from the Indians that are in Central and South America. Those, we're not. And in
No, I
Brazil and all
understand. I
that.
just want to find out where's the spawn. Like, what was the main body that all the rest of them came from? Was it South America?
No, it's not just South America, honey. It's here too, on the mainland.
So it's two individual people that popped up separately. They're not connected, but they mixed later on in life. How did that work? That's what I'm trying to figure out.
No, we did. We have people that we did before United States. All right, let's look at it this way. Before
Okay.
United States did any business with the Central South America and the area where Canada sits, because that wasn't called Canada, it was just called all North America. Canada being connected to us, mainland. Now, before this US government even came on this soil, we were doing business with our people in Central South America. We did business with them. How do you think they knew who to do business with? We was doing business and trade with them before they even existed.
Be,
United States
be,
came in and put up all these damn border lines. We didn't have the border control that the United States have current to this day. We did business. Central South America walked in and out of here freely and traded with us as brothers and sisters. And then we got
Understandable.
divided. We got divided by this government. And they put a bad relationship between the Indians here and the Indians we did business with for umpteen years
And the
in
way that
Central and South America. But y'all
and
got it.
the and the way they did it, brother, is I mentioned it earlier before you even came on. In order to find out about a lot of this, you have to study the wars of this land,
Yes.
the
Yes.
wars of Central America, and the wars of South America to see the divide.
Okay.
Mic
So,
check, mic
for
check.
for example,
Can you hear me?
I'm, yes, we
Yeah,
can hear.
yeah, Alabama.
I'm from California, right? And I don't know any people that's Negro, Black, or American Indian, however you want to classify them, Israelite, whatever. I don't know any people that was there before the Great Migration from the South. So the body of people that was there came from the South and all have roots in the Southern states. That was a migration. So that's what I'm asking about migration patterns of the American Indians in the Americas. Is there any mass migrations to where people move to different lands?
You're seeing
Young
that
brother.
today on Black Power. I'm sorry, Ali Booman, and I'll let you have it. I'll let you have it right after this because I'm a step away. Black Power. The migration you see now, coming in through the borders and everything from like wherever they're coming from, either whether it be Mexico, Central or South America, what you're seeing today, that is not new. They have always migrated in and out of here. And they're trying to make it seem like these foreign people are coming in the borders. Yeah, we got some foreigners, but for the most part, when you see people coming in from Mexico and the South America and Central America, that has always been the case, and it was not a bad thing. We we had babies and married our brothers and sisters in Central and South America. We always did. The United States came, these colonizers came in and put the bad relationship between us and them. That's why a lot of the artifacts that you see in Mexico now, those artifacts were here. A lot of those are our ancestors, those monuments they have. For real.
Uh,
But
uh,
y'all got it. I think Ali
Black
Bama got it.
Power. Hey, Black Power. You online right now?
Well, I can't go get online. I had just stepped away from my other
Oh,
phone.
okay. So what I have done with a lot of our people who ask almost similar questions like you're asking now is that I let them know to do something that they have never done before. And that is go into Google. And what I want you to put it in is word for word. Put in the word oldest American castles. You can use, the oldest castles of Arizona to start with, because you're out there in California. So if that's since you're in California, Arizona, Nevada,
New
uh, uh,
Mexico, Utah,
right, all of
any of
that's
those.
connected. All of that is connected. All of that is you. Yeah, our people did start out. You might think they started out in the over here in the southeast. No, we all started over there where you're at right now. And through them wars, we were forced to come this way.
Copper Aborigine, besides the fact, the disturbing thing is people who want to embrace referring to anything black at all, regardless of themselves as people, are denigrating themselves and defaming an entire people. Next, how is it these same people would like to argue this out of Africa theory that melanated people are all over the planet except here, and specific the 48 contiguous states of what is considered the United States of America?
Well, you already
Now,
know the
if
answer to
those
that
copper
one.
colored people, no, we already know, even the damn colonizers said the Aborigines were copper colored.
That's right.
Now, we're sitting here arguing with other people who supposedly look like us because obviously the skin folk ain't kinfolk,
That's right.
trying to convince us that we're of African origin and can't comprehend at all that America is not only the oldest carbonated portion of the planet, but then the people on it must by default be the oldest on the planet.
Correct. Well,
Why
you
is that?
know,
Why is that simple fact hard to comprehend?
here's what this is what I did the other day. I did this with that clown, uh what's his name? Shah Sun.
Not a coincidence. Shah's son. Shah's son.
Yeah.
Yeah,
So what I did,
he's a child. He's in his 20s. I have to remind him he's not even old enough to my grandchild.
so what I did was, and this is how I normally do things. When they go into that Africa crap, I say, okay, tell me how old the word Africa is.
I
See,
could speak on that.
okay, go ahead. Watch this. Watch this,
Okay.
y'all.
What I would say is that the continent as a whole has never ever had a name, and the first name that it has was Africa. It didn't come
Oh,
from
wait a
Scipio.
minute, sir.
Wait a minute.
Then
Wait a
why
minute.
does
No, no,
Al
no.
Hold
Qaeda
on,
Let
lie
him
let me
cook.
for?
finish. Let me
Alabama,
finish.
let him cook. Watch this.
Let me
Watch this,
finish.
Alabama. I'll let him cook. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Because when a lot of people would like to say Al-Cubalan, but if that is true, that means that in every language in Africa, Al-Cubalan would be the name for the land, and that is not true. So that name. So the first word that all the people on the land called it continent in total is Africa. The name
Wrong.
didn't come from Scipio. Scipio Publilius Cornelius was born Scipio Publilius Cornelius, and Africanus is an agnomen. Another famous agnomen is Asiaticus. Asiaticus has said to be a conqueror of Asia, just like Africanus was said to be a conqueror of Africa. So we misconstrue things when it comes to
Okay.
that.
Hey,
Go ahead.
bro, check
Go
this
ahead.
out. Now, how I got corrected on this was there was a brother from that I work with at Ford Motor Company. He was from one was from the land that's called Kenya today. Another one is from Nigeria. There was another one that was from the Sudan. There was another one. He was from shucks. I'm trying to remember the name of that land. Anyway, this is what I asked them. I asked them, I said, look, I'm not familiar with it, but I do know that they're calling the land that you came from, they call it Africa. So if I asked you, what is the name that your ancestors called it? And so I did it with all of them separately. They all gave me 3 different answers, and none of them were Africa. Now, who would I ask? Them that are from there, or those who have never been there but only read a word and now calling it that because of what they read? Well, I'm gonna go with the one who is from there. Just like, how would I listen to somebody tell me your mother's name is Ethel, but you tell me your mother's name is something else? Who am I gonna believe? You.
Okay, can I speak to that?
Sure, go ahead.
Now, one thing we do have to understand, I'm gonna do some more research on this, but continents didn't really come about until colonialization.
I would agree. I'm not disagreeing with you. I'm just showing you that when people are using that word Africa, or they're using the word America, or they're using the word Canada.
I'm gonna land right here. The Zulus. Do you know what part of Africa the Zulus are from?
Yeah, they're from South Africa.
Not true. They're from West Africa. They are a small. They come from the ethnic group. Zulu is his own ethnic group now, but they come from the ethnic group Hausa. Hausa come from Bantu. Bantu had a Bantu migration. This is what I was asking about migration. Bantu had a Bantu migration. If you look it up, they went from West Africa to Central and South Africa, and also to East Africa. So Africa bloodline finds out but it is in West Africa, right? So when we start talking about the Bantu, and when we also start talking about ethnic groups, the Hausa didn't call things the same thing that the Zulu called it or the Igbo called it. They have
Exactly.
different ethnicities. So
Exactly.
they did not have one name. That's why I said the
Ex-
first name it had in total was Africa, because the Zulu wasn't claiming Egypt. The Zulu didn't claim that as their territory. So that'll be false, bro.
No, I didn't say that it wasn't. That's why I said when I asked certain people that are from that land, what did they call it themselves according to their tribe? They gave me 3 different answers, which that I could respect. Because who would know better, them or us? Them. That would
Okay,
be
I'll give you
that,
one.
that was
So,
just like when you said you're from California, right?
yes.
Okay, now let's take a good look at California. Do you know that the land of California stretches all the way down there into Central
Yeah,
America?
it's cut up in 3 parts. What they call California.
Exactly. So many of us right here, like myself, being born and raised in New York, moved to Michigan into Detroit, and I say, well, I'm gonna go to California. So, okay, I fly out to California, take a train or a bus or drive, right? So I get into California where you're at, and I'm thinking I'm in California till I run across you, and you say, wait a minute, bro, you only in this part of California, but there's other parts that is also California. And I say, well, wait a minute, where at? And then you
You
start
know what they're
pointing.
saying? Politics change over time. So you can't ask the people historically what did they politically say, because the ancient Benin or Benin today, you go to Africa, go to Benin. That's not where Benin was in ancient times. It was in a different place. So when we
Exactly.
start talking about ancient Benin, so that's why I'm saying that the first name is Africa. So politically, it's Africa. Every president
Exactly.
of
I
every
agree
one
with
of those
that.
countries today call it. It didn't have it. It didn't have a name in totality before. And I'm
I
gonna keep it
agree with
real.
you. But when I look up the word Africa, and when I came across it, and I seen when it came about, it was in the 1800s. I'm like, wait a minute, hold on. So the people on that land are not Africans.
It's older than the 1800s, bro. Because if you
Look,
go read the story of the battle of the Punic Wars,
Excuse me, young brother. Okay,
go ahead.
I know you obviously like to demean yourself because you refer to yourself as Black Power banging. So I make sure that I know who I'm talking to.
I
Is
love
this
being
correct?
demeaning. I'm an asshole.
Okay,
Yes,
fine. Okay,
Black
so
Power though.
fine. Uh,
African though.
India, copper aborigine is Hindustan, correct?
that's correct.
Copper
That
aborigine.
sure is. It sure is.
China,
Okay,
China is Manchuria. Is that correct? Copper
Absolutely.
aborigine.
That's right.
Okay, so being referred to as China and India is what? The
Uh,
product of
they're
colonization.
both Asia. They
The
both Asia.
product of colonization. Copper aborigine.
that's exactly what it is.
So when you continue to disregard the ancestry, the ancestors, the history and the culture of a people, what is that called in international law, copper aborigine? Is that called
Uh,
cultural genocide?
yeah, that's it. Culture. I was just gonna say the
Is
word
that a
genocide.
violation of international law?
Yes, it is, and that's
Now, since
what
you
them
and I
people are
don't know
doing.
about you, I don't know about this other individual and these other pan boo boos, but
That's what
neither of us are on the so-called continent that is being referred to by colonizers as Africa, correct?
correct.
So I don't know that you or I or anyone else who is displaced from there can put a claim into anywhere, any judgment, any international court, that the wrongly named continent of Africa is being disabused and there is a participation in cultural genocide. Now, I'm not asking you all to agree or disagree. I'm just pointing out an example,
No,
my good
that's
brother.
international law.
So what does that say to the Negro who is by definition being called a Negro, being culturally genocided in what fashion, my brother? Could you elaborate on that, please?
I think you have already said it.
Okay, so let me ask you this then. Let's go to America. So what was the tribe, or name a tribe that was up here in North America?
Seneca.
Seneca. Okay. So did Seneca call this land the same
No.
thing that they did in Chile?
No.
You know why? Because they spoke different languages. So we could
Exactly.
call it
That's
cultural
why I
genocide,
said
but today it's America, and we
that.
respect it as America.
That's why I said what I said when I said about the word Africa, and I said the same thing about America. I said them both.
No, real talk. No, I wasn't responding. I was responding to Alabama. But the thing is, you cannot find this land being called America before 1507. Nowhere. And if
No,
you can,
you can't.
Alabama,
But what
prove
was
me
it
wrong.
called? What was it called before 1507? I'm gonna tell you.
I tell you
Did
the
not
truth. They
say
say
Africa.
Turtle Island. They
No,
say
I'm gonna
Turtle
tell you
Island
what
and
it was
other
called.
things. I don't know.
Brother, I'm gonna tell you what it was called. It was called the same land that you call up there in Canada. It was called Labradoria. Yeah, that's what it was called, Labradoria.
Because Canada was it wasn't called Canada. It was part of what we're on, called the mainland. We call what we're on the
It was
mainland.
but up there in Canada they called
Right.
it Labradoria, and
I can
so
believe that.
this called Labradoria, and so when they placed their own name on it is after they started calling themselves conquering everything, and that's when they called it
Right.
America. But it's
But now
called
check this out.
Labradoria.
Now, if you say it was called Labradori,
Now
now
I'm gonna tell you why it's called Labradoria. But go right ahead, and I'm gonna break this down for you.
now what you're saying is that there's a specific people in a certain language called it this. Now, if they had a different language up there, did they share that name for the continent? But they had different languages.
No, it started out because of a particular animal. See,
Hmm.
it was a particular animal. And right now, if you even try to get your hands on that animal, you're gonna pay some dear money for that particular animal.
So what you're telling me is that all the people in that land call that animal the same thing.
Yes.
Mm.
That's how they
Okay.
ended up coming here, and that's how
Now,
they ended
Copper,
up.
if you're going to make an animal reference, then you're going to have to elaborate on Turtle Island, and we're going to get into the same circular
Turtle
argument
Island was
with
before.
limited.
Turtle
Go ahead.
Island is older than the term called Labradoria. It's older, way older. The reason for the term Labradoria is because of a particular animal, and you call it a dog, and it's called what? Labrador Retriever, and it's a hunting dog. That's what this is about.
So which name is the correct name? Turtle Island or Labradoria?
It's Turtle Island, but they're calling it Labradoria because of the greatest hunting dog in the land.
So that proves my point. Different people called it different things.
Well, it depends.
I'm not in disagreement with you. I'm just breaking it down to you for the reason for these particular terms. The reason why it's called Turtle Island is because when you look at it and turn it upside down, you're looking at a turtle.
Okay. Now, in order for you to say that, that means that these people had aerial view, and they had aerial views of the land because it looked like a turtle. This is what you're saying.
Absolutely.
And I don't mean just an airplane aerial. We talking about space aerial.
You don't even have to talk about space aerial. All you got to do is use what is called a air balloon.
No, sir. An air balloon, you won't be able to see the whole North American continent in the air balloon, sir.
No, I'm just saying you could use
you're
that.
higher in an airplane. You don't go 30,000 feet in an air balloon.
No, you don't. Not no 30,000 feet. No, you don't.
Yeah. So, but and it's all gravy. But people like to fight over the names, right? And it's
The only reason why I said that about Africa and America is because I know that those names are not old names. That's why I said it. And I understand why we all use those two words is because this is what we were taught. I know that because when I started school in 1964,
I understand what you're saying. And I could give you, like, you got Vice Lords, GDs, Crip Bloods. Those are new names that people in this land calling themselves. You could pick some older names like Pan African. You can even say
Hold
Aboriginal.
on.
You could say Moors.
When you say Crips and Bloods, do you know when the Crips started and do you know when the Bloods started?
But hold on, let me make this point. My point was that these names are newer. But if these new names go to war with the old names, Israelite and Moors, the old names will still lose the war because the new names are powerful. So new and old names don't matter. What
I'm gonna
matters
help you,
is the power
brother.
that's in the people. And if we
Brother, let
focus
me
on
ask
the
you a
power that's in the
question.
people, we'll do better.
Brother, let me ask you a question. How old are you?
I'm older than 35.
Okay.
Is
So
this Chris Harris?
Nah, I'm from Compton. Oh, is he from Compton? I'm from Compton.
the reason why I said that is this. When I was growing up as a young child in the 60s, I used to find it offensive because I didn't know what it was. Now, uh, my father and great uncles, all of them came up through the Korean War. So when we all were growing up, and Alabama, he knows about this too, I used to take offensive to it because I didn't know. They would call us young blood. What? Young blood? What the world? That's how I was thinking. But the blood started as a military group out of Korea. It's older than I thought it was. It's actually older than Korea. It started in World War II with the World War II veterans because my grandfathers.
And when I was coming up in the 70s as a little girl, I'm right behind you. We come after you, boomer generations. I'm X generation. When I grew up in the 70s as a little girl, nobody called themselves black. It was a
Nope.
offensive word. Those were fighting words
Those were fighting
in my
words.
community.
They will get you beat up.
Man, the brothers would take off their shirt and fight you because it was
They would pull
I don't know
knives. They
what it.
would do razor
Yeah,
blades. You know,
yeah.
but
Mothers
when
would
we
be out there.
continue to allow this dismissive behavior from the current generation out of their ignorance, that soon is going to end. Now, as far as the young blood comment, it's like, again, you drop the young. As far as the color designation in the Racial Integrity Act, they dropped the copper. But that don't
What?
take the copper out of your skin and your pigmentation.
All right,
Our
let's use that
problem is
then.
allowing people to define us, even amongst us, with their idiocy. Now, fact still remains, and I think anyone on this panel knows, I'm very exacting in my language. There is only one American.
And
There are
that's us.
United States citizens all over the planet trying to attach themselves to American status. And we are allowing it out of the ignorance that we're fostering and encouraging through this current Generation Z. And they're
Now
about
wait.
to drop that load on Alpha, as you said,
Now I'm
Mother.
gonna drop. I'm gonna
I
drop
love your
something on this
Can,
young
calisthenics.
brother
can I
right
ask you
now.
one question real quick? I just want to know which term is older, calling yourself American Indian or calling yourself black. Which one is older?
The American Indian
American
is older.
Indian. American
But the
Indian.
term, I could agree with you, but the term black is around the world, and it actually holds more power. It is what it is. No
Actually, it
matter
doesn't.
how much
Actually,
you
bro.
want to say.
Actually, bro. No, 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 no,
Actually, it
no.
doesn't. It does not.
No,
It
no,
doesn't.
no, bro.
It
I'm gonna tell
doesn't,
you what's
brother.
older than that. I'm gonna tell you what's older than that, and it don't hold more weight because anywhere outside of this land that we're in, going to South America, and the first word that you can use in South America, you hear them people tell you they Afro. They Afro. And if you
Nothing.
think I'm kidding, look online right now and put in there, just as an example, go in there and put in these two words. First
Where does
word,
Afro come from?
wait a minute, listen. No, 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 no. Ain't where it came from. It's what I'm going to show you. Go into Google and put in the word, I'm going to do it real simple. Put in the word Cuban. Cuban.
Afro Cuban. I got you.
Okay. Now, click on the images and tell me what the Cuban look like. Hold on. Now I'm gonna break this down now. See,
Well,
I don't.
because I need to learn. And can you please look up the etymology of Afro so we can know where the term come
Wait
from?
a
So
minute,
I can
wait a
know what they
minute,
mean
bro. No, no,
by
no,
Afro.
no. You on Google, put in the word Cuban and click on images.
I'm gonna say something, but I may be wrong because it looks like they have African descent. I
No,
thought
no,
it meant
no.
African Cuban.
Nuh-uh. I said put in the word Cuban. Cuban only.
Okay, I'm driving, but let me do it. I'm at a red
Oh, you
light.
driving. I'm sorry. Oh,
No,
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 it's all
no. I
good. I'm at a
apologize.
red light.
Oh no, I ain't gonna put you in that position. Oh no.
I got you. Because we
Okay.
got to hurry up and get
Okay,
out of here.
I'll put it in there, and they look black.
Okay. Some of them. Now, look at them real close. Now, come out of there and put in the term Afro-Cuban, and then click on images. Watch this.
Can you see it now?
Yes. Okay.
You see the difference between Cuban and Afro-Cuban? Now, you could do the same thing with Brazilian. Put that in there. Brazilian first, then click on images and look at them.
So all of them share the Afro term,
Now watch
but
this.
is
Hold on.
is it
Hold on,
really
brother.
Afro American?
No, no,
Yo,
no. No, no,
young
no.
man,
No, no.
hold up, because I need to get out of here, young man.
Yeah.
It's just so. Matter of fact, I'm gonna stop now because I got to take care of my personal business. I've been on here almost 5 hours, but young man,
Oh, I thought the brother was running the show. My bad.
No, no,
no,
no, no, no. I'm
this is
just
a
pointing
healthy
some
talk
things
show.
out.
This is my
I'm
talk
just
show,
pointing.
and I've been on almost 5 hours. All right, but the disrespect from your era is just overwhelming. You said that you're about 35 years old. My son's older than you. And
No, I'm not.
disrespect,
I said I'm
no,
above. I'm older than 35. I am in the X
okay.
generation
You're
as well.
still in my nieces and daughters' era and
It's
son.
all good.
And
My oldest child is 43, so
yeah,
yeah.
the disrespect that comes from y'all
Your
when
older
we are
child's older
trying,
than me.
yeah, but again, the disrespect that comes from y'all when we're trying to teach you and you fight us with white man's
I
literature.
just said
It's just
teach me. I need to
over.
learn. I'm not.
Yeah,
I'm not fighting.
yeah, but
And
you're
I'm
combating
asking
us.
questions.
Yeah, but you're combating us and we're trying to help you guys. You don't come in here and on nobody's panel that's your elder when we're trying to tell you what was done to us. It was terrible what was done to our ancestors by these colonizers. And we're trying to teach you. And because you're from a furthermore, a more current generation, you can't see it because it's unthinkable for you to imagine. So I suggest the next time you jump on a panel with elders, you listen and don't talk. Just listen. You didn't go
And
through this. You don't go through this. I didn't even go through what my parents went through. And my parents were born in the 40s. But do we still suffer discrimination from white people? Yes, I do. And I have all my life, my work life. But it doesn't top anything that prior generations went. The boomers went through much more fuck than I did. And I'm the generation right after these two gentlemen up here. They went through hell dealing with white people.
my
I
parents,
be in,
they
I be in
witnessed
jail.
they witnessed
I
their
be
they
in jail
witnessed
for
their
murder,
relatives being
serving time.
hung.
I'd be in jail right now serving time for murder if I had to go through what Alibama and Copper went through working with white people. I'd be in jail, probably executed because at those days they had execution. At least my state did. And
Yeah, and here
y'all
it
need
is.
to learn. You
But
need to learn.
before y'all go, can I just know where Afro came from then? Just so I could leave with that bit of information, so I could really look up where all the Afro, how the Afro spread around the
The
South
the, the,
America.
the term Afro started because most people would think it was a hairstyle. No, It was because the same term that they use calling it nappy here, it was Afro everywhere else. You can look it up. You can look up what is known as Afro Chinese, Afro Japanese, like I said, Afro Brazilian, Afro Solomon Island, the people from Solomon Island. You're going to see these same people with this particular type of hair. See, we have hair. Listen, we have hair on our heads. We don't have that stringy type of fur hanging off of us.
It's
And I'm gonna
always
keep.
been it's always been our hair versus compared to their hair, no matter where we are in the world. And like he
So
said, it's very true. Look, let me show you. Don't say
are
it
all
where it
the
comes from. It's
are all
just
the people that's
there
called
you go.
Afro
Look,
something mixed
these
with
are
American Indians?
these are
Look,
Afro Chinese.
we were never mixed, bruh.
We're never
No,
mixed.
I mean, did the American Indian mix with the Chinese, and that's why they call American Afro Chinese?
No.
N-
Who
mm-mm.
mixed with them?
No.
How did they get the Afro name?
They got the Afro name because of our people that they are from. See, when you use the word mix, that kind of throws I don't know, a bad taste.
Somebody from Africa could have had a baby by somebody in China to get them for them to come out with our texture here. Somebody
Ex-
from
Oh, and they
here,
still be called
somebody,
Afro. Okay,
yeah,
yes,
somebody from here, like me,
okay.
okay, and I'm not even from Africa, but I have curly hair. I have an afro like this, and I have curly hair. I can have a baby
hold
by
on. I'm gonna show him something.
by
I'm gonna show
someone
him
in
something,
China, and my baby's gonna make them out with my hair.
brother. Man, take a good look at me. You
Uh huh.
see this? You
I
see that?
understand. Yes,
All
sir.
right. This is an afro. This is what most people would consider afro or nappy. Okay,
No, I understand that. I got the same kind of hair, brother. I
Another
understand that.
thing you got to stop believing is that Africa is the motherland. That is
and
out
it's
the
not.
mouth. That's out the mouth of a white man.
You're
I,
you're you
this
you
is the
never.
motherland because
You've been at
everybody
home.
from here,
You've been at
everybody.
home the whole time, brother, and not realizing that you've been at home projecting something that's from another land that was given to you to study when you were growing up because they didn't want you to study yourself. See, when you can go over into the South from California, you go over to your relatives that live over there. Oh, you're gonna know a whole lot. Look, the best informers is your family. Nobody's more informed than your family, and this is how it come down through us through the generations.
Right, and I want to end it right here. You got to stop thinking that Africa is the motherland. It's white people telling you that, and then it's West Africans and them saying that. You got to really, really open your head and say, okay, if Africa's the motherland, they don't have shit there. They don't
Yeah, I
have
understand.
what we have here. They come here for everything. Matter of fact, every country
All
in
right.
the world, they come here for education. They come here
Mm.
for trade. They come here.
All
Nobody
right.
goes to Africa to learn how to do something.
Is there a
Everybody
such thing
comes
as
here.
an Afro African?
No,
Excuse me.
They don't have no Afro Africans, but they got an Afro every other race on the planet, but no Afro African.
I didn't
you
pick
Okay,
don't.
that up.
cool.
Preacher.
You no. What you don't see is that what you call the Afro people coming out of there. You see where a lot of the Afro people came into Africa at a certain particular time because they were being moved out of Asia. They were being moved out of India, as it's called today, which was wait a minute, God dog it. Shucks, I can't remember the name. Alabama mentioned the name, and it just slips my mind right now. Understand?
The Aryans, the Dalits, the Dravidians, etc.
Yes. And so when you start looking at the people who were scattered away from those places, like I said, through war, when you start looking up these wars of all these different places, you'll start to see that a lot of these people look exactly like you. Just like if you go into Mississippi right now, and I'm gonna just use that particular area, you find more people who look Asian coming out of Mississippi than you do any other place in this land.
Oh, don't
Did you
forget
know?
Tennessee. Don't forget Tennessee.
Well, remember they came out of Mississippi and got up into Tennessee.
See, that's the migration. That's what I was asking about earlier. Okay.
So what I'm saying to you,
I really gotta go.
okay, wait a minute, listen,
My old man is waiting for me. I have to end
okay,
the show.
No,
all
what
right.
you doing, brother? If I see you on here, I'm gonna pull up on you.
I appreciate the
It's a real good dialogue.
BAP is live, but I gotta go. I love y'all, and I'll see y'all later. Okay.
All right, brother. All right, brother. Brother Power banging. Peace to everybody out in the chat.
Peace, y'all. Love y'all.
Love